We good? All right, good, good. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Special thanks to Michelle and Lakita and Sam and Anton and everybody for getting everything organized here, the food service staff. We got some great meals, and we've got a great agenda today. Michelle and I have talked quite a bit about it, so I'm excited about what we've got on the docket. And I want to thank the people in this room because we are the fabric that kind of holds some things together, Board of Appeals, Planning Commission, to create this great city that we have and keep it running. We're so thankful for staff, mayor and city council, and everybody that contributes. But I want to thank each of you for your volunteer time and your commitment to that. So with that, let's get this meeting going, and I call the meeting to order. Michelle, take it from there.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So our first presenter is our Assistant City Manager, Kristen Byers-Smith, and she'll go through the city goals and the year in review for 2024.
Good morning, everybody. Oh, thank you for that, Ginger. So kind. So you have a really exciting day ahead of you, and this agenda is slam full. Michelle and I have a running bet going about whether or not you'll actually finish everything in time. So I'm really excited for all the material you'll get to see today. The first thing that we wanted to do, like we do every year, is to kind of recap what happened last year and the major projects that staff were working on. So first up, I'd like to play our 2024 year in review video. right. So 2024
Senator
was a
from Louisiana.
really exciting
Thank you,
year.
Mr. President. Mr. President,
And we're really excited to take some of those initiatives and complete several of those projects. So we'll move into the police headquarters building this year. Springway segment 2A, we're going to have a ribbon cutting on that coming up in the next couple of months. So there are a number of these projects that'll be completed this year and lots of new stuff coming online that you'll hear about today. So I want to echo what Reed said earlier. We really appreciate your time. You are all volunteering your efforts. I know there are many other things you could be doing on this Friday. So thank you for spending the day with us and learning about all the things that are going on in the city. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Michelle.
Thank you, Kristen. All right, so I'm here. I'll give the acknowledgements. You go to, sorry, is the clicker? The clicker isn't here, but you can go to the next slide once you get situated. Okay, thank you. So we have new and resigning commission members from the Planning Commission. Welcome to Sherwin Clemens. If you could just show that one. Well, I'll just go ahead and speak. So welcome to Sherwin Clemens. She was sworn in January to replace Dave Nichols. So welcome. And for the Board of Appeals, we have Chair Sherry Allen, reappointed last meeting. And our Vice Chair, Justin Sperano, reappointed. And our board members, the rest of our BOA, and you'll raise your hand, this will work as our roll calls. We have Jason Bardwell, Fred Jewell, Nathan Gontham. He's not well today, so he'll keep all of us safe by not coming in and spreading whatever he has. And then Bill Thaxton, not here, and Susan Major is here. Yes, thank you. Now, Planning Commission, we have Reed Haggard is our chair and Andy Porter is our vice chair. He'll be here shortly. Okay. Okay, great. So we'll see him later on. Then Robin Conklin, she's right over here. Elizabeth Kelly next to Robin. Sherwin Clemens, as I mentioned, Andrea Settles, and Karen Tralovich. Thank you so much. So thank you for your service. And next we have the Chief Operating Officer of the Atlanta Regional Commission is here to give us a load of data about Sandy Springs and the Metro, and you're welcome to ask questions of him. He's a great resource. He presented at the Marion City Council retreat last month, and we just feel like you guys would benefit from hearing what he has. And of course, we had some requests for Mike to be here. So thank you so much, Mike.
Wow. It's great to be here. And your enthusiasm is outstanding for a Friday morning. Hey, I'm gonna cheer for myself. Yeah, we're happy to be here. I want to introduce Moshe Hospital. Some of the initial slides I'm going to show you where you're going to be like, oh my gosh. He made in the sense that he processed a heck of a lot of data, built reports to summarize it all. I'm glad you do what you do. I was a planning and zoning administrator. I've worked a lot of planning commission and zoning appeals meetings over the years. So I know what you're going through. when you're up on those boards and making those decisions. And it's one of the reasons I went to the Atlanta Regional Commission, so I wouldn't spend multiple nights a week in late night meetings like you do. So with that, always I pull out your phones. This is a one-time, point at the QR code. Don't take a picture, just let your camera pull up the link. And depending on what type of system you have, you can download this deck. You could follow along on your phone. It's a huge deck. The reason I give you the QR code is so that you can go back and look at this in more detail later. I go through slides quickly. I'll emphasize some things and basically skip over others because I want you to know what's available to you as a resource. You know, you're committed community leaders. I always say, yeah, people say, oh, you're drinking from a data fire hose. Absolutely. There's a lot that you need to know to make good decisions, right? This is one part of that. You're going to be followed up by two other really wonderful groups of ARCers and one person in particular that'll help you know a lot more about comprehensive planning. Michelle and I were talking. She said, when I got here, all they knew about was ARC and the River Protection Act, the MERPA law that we've been managing for over 50 years now, but we do a lot more. We have one of the broadest policy footprints for a regional commission, because that's what we really are under state law in the United States. And one of those core functions is long-range transportation planning, long-range water capacity planning. And so you're going to hear me talk a lot about forecasting information. And that is really at the heart of what the research group where Moshe works really does. And I used to be the head of research. So with that, let's go ahead and click. Yeah, I don't know if I can click or you need me to wave.
Yeah, just say hey.
Yeah, you can. Next page, next page. Right. So this is an example of it. Go back one slide. So you can see Moshe made this. We really like to give you a full set of comparisons of the city highlighted, Sandy Springs, compared to your peer cities and these larger geographies. So I will take just a second to talk about this so you understand what you're looking at. This is how I look at information. I like to color code it down the column so I can quickly see you in comparison. This is the fastest way you can process a lot of tabular data. So where you see reds and Milton's relatively small in population compared to Sandy Springs. There's a red there on the 2010 to 2020 population growth rate, right? Well, you're Sandy Springs in the middle, but you're a big city, right? So in 2000, you were 85,000 people. This is ESRI, this is commercial data. So now you're up over 100,000 people this city. Most of you probably know that, but contextualizing that growth rate is very interesting. City of Atlanta is worth mentioning, right? Since 2000, the city of Atlanta itself has actually added 98,000 people. Things have really changed in the growth patterns of this region. If you don't take anything away, my whole career, I watched us wait for the census and the census think the city of Atlanta had grown, and then it turned out they hadn't, and now they have. So there has been a marked change in the amount of investment in the core, right? And there's been a ton of growth there, and it's really reset our understanding of patterns of growth. Now we're going to click very quickly through age. So you can see a lot of middle-aged people in Sandy Springs. These are age by really 5-year increments. Keep going because we're going to go quickly through this. Diversity. So a ton of information about this, especially that where the reds are in the middle, you'll see these high shares of white non-Hispanic in the northern cities of Fulton County. That's very different, as you know, in the southern parts of the county. Keep going. I'm trying to keep up with you. And of course, obviously very affluent, you know this. Mountain Park is teeny. So the few households they have are very high income. That's those reds, 2 over from Sandy Springs. But you can see that median household income. And you know a lot about your housing mix, I think. So you understand. You've got some smaller households, a higher share of multifamily. We're going to break that down in more detail. Keep going. Education. You're very well educated. You look down at the bottom and the shares, and these colors are reversed, right? So those greens mean you have a very high share. So when you think about it, you know, over 70% of your population has a college education. Compared to the United States, that's exceptional, right? Very easy and quick for you to understand it this way. We're going to keep going. Next slide. You've got a lot of money in the bank. That's what this slide says. You've got a lot of money in your house. Now we're going to spend something. So if you look at this information, this is the first chart I ever made in ChatGPT. That should make you at least chuckle a little bit, right? So the AI can now make charts for you, right? I put in tabular information, said, make me a column chart. So from 2019 to 2024, this is count data. How are places growing? One of the best ways to understand that is just to look at net student enrollment change, right? There's patterns in these school systems now where a city of Decatur in the previous decade doubled its student enrollment, but now that student enrollment is declining substantially because kids have aged out of the school system and the people that raise their kids in Decatur are staying in Decatur. So it's natural that it would fall because there's a limited housing stock. DeKalb and Fulton and Cobb and Atlanta all lost substantial numbers of students, right? Some of this is naturally occurring, in my opinion, based on the spatial patterns of how people decided to buy homes and stay where they are. But you compare that to a Forsyth and a Jackson. What's up in Jackson County? A huge battery manufacturing facility. It makes a difference. We were talking about manufacturing earlier, right? You know, there's a term that the economic development people for the state use. It's worth mentioning, the battery belt, right? There was so much investment, and I'm going to talk about this globally too, to put a context on it, that it's impacting our urban areas in a dramatic way. So Jackson County, actually, in percentage terms, the fastest growing county in student enrollment now, right? And everybody know where that is? It's up I-85, right? So let's keep going very quickly. So 2023 to 2024, most recent data, a very similar pattern, except that Atlanta Public Schools is positive, right? So recently, there's been a change in that. So some declining enrollment through the pandemic, but now they picked up as well. Let's keep going. Keep going, right? And schools are where we best understand diversity, right? So this is 1995. You can see Forsyth County at the top. Let's go to the next one. And then look how those share changes have changed. And I'll point this out specifically. So now Forsyth County is 1 out of every 3 students is Asian. That's a dramatic change in just 20 years. So the short story is diversity really is most best understood in our suburban communities. The city of Atlanta is not near as diverse as a Gwinnett County. Let's keep going. Now, this is where I like to break it down at the county level, but I've highlighted Sandy Springs just so you can see this is one of those most important slides. I make a lot of good jokes about this, but you can know pretty much everything you need to know from this slide. So looking at Sandy Springs, you get the net population change from 2000 to 2024, right? Gwinnett's added the most people, 416,000 new people in Gwinnett County. You've added 23. The median home value, right? And this is ESRI data. It's apples to apples. We can talk a lot about the way we get to that number and the different resources we have. But now the median home value is $643,000 in Sandy Springs. That's why we're going to talk about housing. This is the way I like to talk about this is housing value to median household income. And you just create a simple ratio, right? And so who has the most expensive housing under that measure, which is the next column? Sandy Springs. So given how high your home values are, when you put your income in there, you know, that ratio is the highest. I mean, it's generally speaking, the hardest for someone to buy a single family home given their income. And who's next? And this should be surprising to you, but it's the city of Atlanta. There's been so much growth pressure on the city now that comparing the city and Sandy Springs to any other jurisdiction on this map, that ratio is the highest in those 2 places. So a lot of people want to be in the city. A lot of people want to be in Sandy Springs. That's the short of this story, but it's a critical one. And so then on the owner occupied side, you see that green, you can move your cursor a little bit. So 47%, right? Owner occupied. And this does reflect those multifamily developments, especially in the perimeter center, what we would think of as the perimeter center area, right? So a very different story. And that's that green one almost in the middle. And you compare that to the suburban communities like a Forsyth, where that's 83%, right? So a very different housing pattern. This is important for where we're going to go in the back part of this presentation. Let's keep going. All right, we'll look at this later, but Los Angeles is, you can look at this later, but the most expensive place is Los Angeles, right? Because their incomes aren't near as high as the San Jose region. And so they have high home prices, but that ratio is the highest. They are just by a hair. And so you see all those red: San Francisco, San Jose, San Diego, these big Western metros, very expensive, as we all know. And we're kind of in the middle of the pack, right? We're competitive. But we got to talk about transportation costs too when you think about housing. Let's keep going. We don't have this for Sandy Springs specifically, but in the back of this deck is a lot of information about what people think regionally about this region. It's called Metro Atlanta Speaks. We survey almost 5,000 people, mixed methodology now, and ask them a lot of questions about how they think things are going. I read a book by the CEO of Gallup about how Gallup does surveying. You try to get to one simple question that really answers a lot of other questions, right? The proxy question. And so the proxy question is, do you feel safe walking in your neighborhood at night? You know a lot about everything if you get people to tell you what their perceptions are of that, right? And so it's comparing crime as the number one issue facing the region to do you feel like your neighborhood is safe, right? This proxy, and there's some big differences, right? So in Cherokee, you think your neighborhood is safe, and you're not really answering that crime is your biggest issue for this region, right? So you go up to the city of Atlanta, well, they have the highest percentage of people think that, you know, crime is a big issue. And you think you understand this, but looking at some of these contrasts, I think are very interesting. And Fulton as a whole, including the city of Atlanta, you've got really a balance there of people that perceive that. So community conditions, right? How do people think the community's doing? And generally, a very high share in Fulton of people that think crime is really important compared to our more suburban communities. Let's keep going. All right, we've got Sandy Springs economics, a lot of information here. We have great resources now to give you real-time information about this. Keep going. So your job markets are very strong. That's all this is showing you. That gray bar is above the black line, which means you're outperforming the US, right? And the metropolitan area. Keep going. Wages are very strong. See that wage run up? We were talking about it before I stood up. And so a big increase coming out of the pandemic. We think that's tempering. More recent data, I think we'll see a change in wage appreciation. Let's keep going. Downward. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, big run up. And now there's been some corrections. Interest rates, as we were talking about, I don't expect that to continue. And honestly, no, skip this one. Go to the next one. I like this a lot. And it's pre-formatted out of one of our core resources that calls the web every minute looking for job postings. It's the easiest way to understand that, man, you have a high share of healthcare jobs. You know this, right? But to see that gray bar, which is a national average, it's very rare you see that blue bar extending that far the other way. A lot of very high paying jobs, a lot of jobs that don't pay so much. And then PST and finance. That finance number, look at the gray bar on finance, third one down. Very rare you would see a community. Most communities would be over the moon to have this job sector economic profile. Right, a lot of high paying jobs. And again, there's a lot of diversity built into this. Management of companies. Look at the distance between the gray bar and the blue bar. And then surprisingly, you don't have that high of a share of retail trade, right? And these are zip codes. We can't make the exact boundary. And then accommodation and food jobs, very low paying, a smaller share as well. Construction, obviously manufacturing, And government, you just don't have many government jobs, right? So that's why you can look at this in just a few seconds and understand lots of business cluster employment in Sandy Springs, right? Generally very high paying. Let's keep going. Finance and insurance, information like we talked about, keep going. Administrative support, business cluster. What Atlanta really has at the heart of its economy is this idea of a business cluster, right? Lots of management of companies, lots of corporate headquarters, lots of businesses supporting that. How many of you are a consultant? One of you, right? So lots of people doing work for business as business does activities. What's headquartered here? UPS, right? Cox. Huge companies, right? And they've got a lot of people doing work for them as well. And we spread that work out all over the US. That's where the airport really does start to come in, right? The access of our airport that you don't have to fly to a hub makes a big difference for us. And you see it, yeah, in these numbers. It is. Yeah, that's exactly what means. Yeah, the numbers aren't that high in total jobs, but it's a good indicator that there's a lot of other activity feeding off of those big companies, right? I mean, some of you may be working for one of the big companies, a Home Depot, a Coca-Cola, a Delta. Again, most places would be very happy to have so many corporate headquarters. That's why when they report on corporate headquarters, it's so important, right? That we continue to recruit and maintain that presence is good for everybody, truthfully. It lifts all boats. It really does. Let's keep going. Job growth, healthcare, lots of great information here. That's why I'm like, it is a fire hose to some degree. Keep going, and we'll get to the fun stuff. All right, so we think a lot about how people move in this region, and it's important for you. You just are now adjusting to 400 at 285 not being under construction, right? But what's coming? 285 topside. All right, so let's click through this. This is more fun for me because if there's one of the things I geek out on, it's time of day travel. So before the pandemic, you see that run up? Well, that's the morning peak. Everybody's rushing to get to work. So the boss knows they've clocked in by 9 o'clock. 2023, we're basically back to normal. There is no morning peak. Now, you click that. You got to take away my fancy graphic. Click back one. Click back. Oh, let's see. Is it just showing up? Click again. No, the other way. It's already there. See, I drew that in so you could compare it. See, that's my fancy thing right there. But look at that. There is no morning peak, or there wasn't in 2023. We're going to update this in the next month when we get better data. But the big change, look how jagged it is. Well, what is that? That's people making short trips. Some people are traveling, about the same volumes, but it's a lot less of a pattern, a smooth pattern than it was before. This is actually fascinating stuff about how things have changed, right? How many of you seen somebody get caught driving in a car to a bank teller during a Zoom meeting, right? Does that not happen to y'all? Really? Man, we busted so many people. You should always ask people on a Zoom call midday between 9 and 12 to turn on their camera. Right? So keep going. Next slide. And here is, again, one of these fundamental things, right? We're going to talk about housing, transportation. So pre-pandemic, these are the expressway links that experience 3 or more hours of congested conditions. Does that make sense? So after pandemic, and then this was the last time we ran this set of scripts on this big data. But look at how it's changed. The east and west walls are back. And let's be honest, this is why I want to show you this. When you see that west wall, right, the east wall is the economy turning back on. And why is the east wall congested? Where are people going? They're going to this employment center and the northern employment centers, right? Why would they be going up there, right? They're going to work. So someone like me immediately can see this and go, yeah, the connector, the connector's a connector. It has been the most congested set of links for the beginning of the expressway system. It always has been. But that west wall means that people are coming back. Look where it ends, right? Sandy Springs. There's a ton of movement coming up here. That 400 project matters a lot, right? And 400 interchange project matters a lot. And so for the first time, the Greta Express bus system has rebuilt its bus, its bus system of who they're going to serve to run buses north up into northern Fulton County. That's a dramatic change in the way we've always thought about people from the suburbs coming into the center. Now these employment centers, including Sandy Spring, are so big that we're having to move people to those most northern job centers. And North Fulton County, there's about 350,000 jobs now. And their housing markets are relatively stable, meaning they're not adding as many. And I'm going to show you this. I'm trying to get you to understand you're in a different place. I think of you as being not in the middle in the sense of the city core, but in the middle of a lot of movement activity to get to a lot of other centers. Does that make sense? Right. And that impacts housing and housing choice and where people are making decisions, and then making a housing choice and having to think about movement to get to high quality jobs, right? We want everybody to get the best and highest quality job they can possibly get, right? So I'm trying to tie all this together. Yeah, exactly. And I don't have an exact explanation, but a lot of you might be going places on the weekend, and what's your primary thought? Like, what's going to happen to you when you try to come back into the region from the south? You're all planning, right? That's almost continuing. I don't even think that bar really reflects what's happening down there. And the county chair that's on our board spends a lot of time talking about what's going to happen to 75, truthfully. Right. So what's been one of the big lessons? And there's a huge managed lane project further to the south that will be focused on trucks. It's a big deal that we're doing that. So top side, what are we going to do this top side project? What are we planning to do? Yeah, managed lanes. You have to do managed lanes, right? And we want to put express buses in there. And that's a big part of this conversation. I mean, I've got emails today that I need to respond to about that project and how we're going to do interchange. Yeah. How many of you have ridden a MARTA bus in the last 6 months? 2 people out of this room. All right. I'm going to get to another joke. This is the core way I explain this. How many of you really hate traffic? Raise your hand. Seriously. How many of you like traffic? Now, someone like me goes, it's good. All right, well, you can, like, you're all raising your hand. You are the traffic. And it's deep in our psychology. I'm not picking on you to want, well, nobody's riding the bus. Well, what about you? Right? And so as communities have gotten more affluent, especially in the city, you know, we used to say captive riders, which is a horrible term, that need to use public transit because they don't have an automobile. Right? As a community gets wealthier, the likelihood you're going to ride a bus goes down dramatically. Right? And this is the challenge for Martin. I'm trying to be very honest about this. We need to have an honest conversation about that. Right? Long haul bus service, and that's why I always show this. It matters a lot. The feds are coming back into the office. I've got a lot of friends that are figuring out if they're going to Chamblee or none. Right? And so the biggest user of the express bus system, the single largest entity using it pre-pandemic, was the federal workers because they got a subsidy to use it. A lot of people going, see, you're going, So given our low density residential patterns, which is, we do have low density residential. Does anybody disagree with this at this point? Right? Even in western suburban areas, those single family detached homes are much more densely developed than they are here. Some of that is simple topography. I get defensive on the other side. Like, have you seen our rolling hills and our streams? And if you really look at a street map in like DeKalb County, you'll see they built subdivisions to the streams and they didn't build roads over, which in a way is a good thing if you think about it environmentally, not impacting those streams more, right? Think hard about this stuff. So you're in northern Gwinnett County and you need to get to Perimeter. That express managed lane bus trip for you, if we do it right, is the most efficient, least cost way we can move people from that low density pattern. Right? But local bus service is a tough nut to crack. Imagine you're really MARTA and you're thinking about South DeKalb and you want to provide regular bus service to everybody. Just all you have to do is Google land use density needed for bus service, and you'll see the densities and you'll realize pretty quickly it's very hard for them to provide regular service. There just won't be enough people riding. So on-demand service gets to be a very critical part of this story. I know we're spending a little bit of time on this, but again, we've got to make choices at the community level about what type of housing we're going to have. And that's the core of this presentation. I'm going to keep going very quickly here because I love where we've gone on this. I appreciate you thinking about this. So very quickly, if I had one point to make, I'd say, depending on what years I choose, Metro Atlanta has been either third or fourth in net population change among all metros in the United States. There's some of you going, oh my God, all those people on the roads because I don't like congestion. And I don't want them to be there when I'm there, right? But that in its real form, you can click. Man, she's on. Come on now, stay with me. So the graphic isn't playing on this computer. This is a problem with going out and using somebody else's machine. But did you build this, Moshe? So it grows like it's this thing that keeps going. You can't see it. Never mind. Keep going. Y'all can look at it on your own. It's a lot of fun just to see how we've spread out over time. Right. Keep going. Net population change. Not pretty like Moshe's fancy GIF animation that's not working, but look at Northern Gwinnett. Right. Look at that 3,860. That's the top of the city of Atlanta. There's you with that 22 number. Right. Relatively big population growth over this long time period. This is 20 years of growth, but growth inside the core. Right. But you see these big numbers. Let's keep going. So how we've changed in diversity, red is lost, blues are increases. Look at this in more detail. We got to roll. Keep going. If you build a lake, old people will move there, right? We're older in the more rural areas. I know she leaned back on that chair. I'm 54 now. I get to count on this. I've got more. I can't walk into a Senate building or a House building now without getting a full pat down. I'm like, I got striper in my right hip. I've got 12 screws in my right shoulder. They are wanding the heck out of me, right? I've earned it. Click to the next one. And here's the comparison. Has anybody heard about Thomasville Heights? Y'all are Sandy Springs, right? A long time ago, we were looking at census data and we realized in Thomasville Heights, there was more kids than adults. If you know census data, you're like, what? That can't, literally, it can't be. It was. And now if you Google Forest Cove, there are so many articles about what happened in that community. And we've invested a lot of resources. But the median age in Thomasville Heights is 18. You can't go to Paris Island and get a number. You know, everybody knows what Paris Island is, right? Please. I was a Marine infantryman. If you don't know this, we're going to remedial. So 18 is very young. And then Buckhead, you've got a census tract, that area that's 69 because you've got all the towers, right? So we have these big differences in age, given this pattern. Let's keep going. And you need to think about this. This is a big part of the future planning. So you're going to think about housing mix and accepting that we're going to have a permanent large older population. So this is Metro stuff on education. I showed you how to do this. So share of kids, share of 65 plus. This is major metros. So you see Miami. Miami is the oldest place with the smallest share of young people. It's still in this edit. See that green? Converted it to a PDF. It's got a lot of power. All right, pull up the line. I'm sorry, guys, because that's why this graphics aren't planning for like. Get out. You don't need that. Go back to the. Go back to the. Put it into a web browser. I will keep going, but. What's your email? Go give it to Mo. Can you get it from Moshe? Moshe can resend the link for the PowerPoint. All right, so we will keep going. So the thing is, I have embedded videos. You have to run a PowerPoint, not a PDF, to see these. Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, yeah, so see, that sees it as a flat file. All right. Yeah, click past that. Let's keep going. Forget this for now. Big picture, go back, stop, next slide. All right, so again and again and again, I have to say this, all races and ethnicities are below replacement birth level. Below replacement birth level. Who on this planet, who has the lowest birth rate? Anybody guess? What country has the lowest birth rate? No. Japan's a good guess. You're getting closer. China's gotten very low, but it's not the lowest. It's Korea. Dramatically lower than everyone else. Korea has been unbelievably successful. Name 3 companies that have invested in Georgia from Korea. SK, right? Why are they investing in Georgia? Why do they think the workforce will be better? Why would they make a decision to invest in the United States? And I've given you the answer. Yeah, their population is literally declining. How do you grow your company if your population is the fastest declining on the planet? Can you continue to invest in your country at the same rate and expect the same growth if your population is declining? You can't. You've got to look elsewhere. Companies don't want to invest in places that are declining. They want to invest in places that they know have more economic potential. Everything you need to know about economics is demographics at this point on this planet. When I say we're going to have a permanent large older population, fact, right? Businesses have a lot of capital. Fact, they've been very successful in Korea. They want to continue to grow. They've come to North America because they can get better access to labor. When we saw reasonable people saw them put that Hyundai plant in the ground, and it's already producing cars. I've never seen anything like it. And we've checked, they found people to work in that factory. They could not do that in Korea. They couldn't. And so we're benefiting from the additional economic energy, which is actually demographic energy that we have built into our economy because we're younger, right? And diversity matters a lot because our population growth is now really about diversity. The white population in the United States is net declining now. That's just a demographic fact. It's declining just slightly in metropolitan Atlanta. All right, let's click quickly here. Next slide. We'll skip the videos today. You're missing the fun part. Next slide. I don't know what it's not in a view. It's not in a view mode. Yeah, that you. All right, so go back one. No, the other way. No, the flattening one right there. So this is another most important thing. When the Census Bureau makes projections in 2017, that's the projection they made for population growth. Now they've made one to 2100. Are they the same? Absolutely not. They're flattening, right? Everybody loves, we always put the great in everything, the Great Recession, the Great Depression, the Great Flattening. That's a Mike original, right? So these growth rates are coming down. Click to the next slide. This is still a little high, truthfully, but this is Woods and Pool data. The South is expected to add the most people, 21 million more people. That number is going to come down. Go to the next slide. Can't do that one. Go to the next slide. So our own forecasts now for metropolitan Atlanta are that we're going to grow to 7.9 million people by 2050, right? And jobs are going to go up about 500,000, much less job growth than in previous forecasts. The last time we made this forecast, that number was 8.6. And now it's down to 7.9. The great flattening. So our growth trajectory is going, is flattening, right? The big point is that compared to most other places, these forecasts show us near the top of the pack again and net population change, right? So more economic energy in the future. There are many places on this planet that can't really show any population growth at all. And so we have these national conversations about migration in or out internationally. That's one thing. But as a metro, what does it mean for us if we want to continue to grow? At least domestically, we have to be at the top of our game and be a place that people want to go and move to. A place of opportunity where the pie can get bigger, all the things, right? Because you're not going to get it from natural increase anymore. You just have to accept this. Again, sets a pattern for household growth. Let's keep going. Please.
How much of that growth is the breakdown percentages for migration into the area?
So historically, we have been very much driven by migration. How many of you grew up in Atlanta? How many of you grew up in Atlanta? You're native born, grew up in Atlanta. Not native born. Literally no one in this room was born in Metro Atlanta. 2 of you grew up here. You see what I mean? Like I do this all the time, and I do this. Honestly, this is the smallest share I've ever seen of people that didn't grow up in Atlanta in a room I'm speaking at. What are y'all doing? Here's the point, and it gets to education because it's a great question. So that number is going to go down. We're going to rely more on domestic migration. We won't expect growth as much. We're younger. We do have some natural increase, but that share is going down. Moshe knows a heck of a lot about this, right? So we're going to become more dependent on migration. And the one thing we really can't count on the same way is, in particular, domestic migration. This region, Sandy Springs, and all of our communities are a success because of y'all not raising your hands. You moved here, you invested here, you bought houses, you built businesses, and grew this place. We can't expect you in the same rates in the future. And so what happens in the educational system gets to be a lot more critical for our ability to grow. And I'm being a little preachy here, but you get it, right? And so where have we been the worst? Literally in economic mobility for low income children, Metro Atlanta has the lowest rates now of economic mobility, which just means that we leave a lot of kids out of the strongest potential economic futures. And that's the one thing we could address. If you only care about economics, that would be the one thing we'd want to do a heck of a lot better at. And we're working hard on it. There's a lot of partnerships to get at this. And our school systems and honestly the state DOE, I think they do an incredible job of trying to understand this longitudinal data. And we have some of that here, not the full deck today. All right, so yeah, we're going to become more diverse. You get the forecast stuff. Let's get to the housing, because I think you're in a place where we can tie it all together. More growth on the north side. Click to the next map. Population change per square mile. I was in Forsyth meeting with the county manager yesterday, talking about their growth rate. So you see all the red there, but a lot of red in the core. What do you see in North Fulton? Blues. Not a lot of population growth in our forecast, our small area forecast that feed our travel demand model. Click to the next map. Go back one. So it's no, wow, you went. No, go the other way. Go the other way. Back the other way. I mean, let me see where you are. You're scrolling. All right, she was right, I was wrong. I call him like I see him. Let's start there. All right, I skipped over the big employment stuff. You're checking your phones as I walked away. Phones down. It's a modern world, man. It's all good. See? So, you know, where are we buying homes in those northern communities? Now, what I wanted to show you, and I don't see it in these maps, is most of the job growth, the big reds in job growth are North Fulton. Lots of blues on housing. Not a lot of additional housing, but a lot more jobs. I told you about the mobility pattern and that we're literally running express buses north now into those job centers. So that housing jobs ratio mismatch that's so strong regionally is going to continue or maybe even get worse. So a lot of people going north to get to good jobs. And, you know, people want to buy homes in this area. Click to the next one. And so what have we been? We're going to get into building now. This is my favorite slide. Seriously. So the most important thing to remember is the impacts of the Great Recession are not ending. We're still feeling the impacts of the Great Recession. So this is permits per 100,000 people for the state of Georgia. OSHA helped me work on this. So you see a pattern here, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s. That ratio of building permits to population was relatively stable. And then after the Great Recession, what happened? We all know this, but that's a dramatic change. And so getting back to the home price ratio, this is 1980, right? And if this is 2005, here's 2012. Here's the point of this. This is the way I look at this. From 1980 to 2005, there was absolute stability in the way we could think about what a home's going to cost and what somebody can pay. There wasn't a big change. If you're a builder, developer, home buyer, you're built into this economy, that stability means a lot. And the production matches it, right? Great Recession, that home price to income ratio goes down dramatically. Anybody buy a house in 2012? may or may not been conscious of what you're doing, but you're making a lot of money. You're at the bottom of the market. And then why did it run up like this? Because we stopped building housing. Whatever else you're thinking about, the old Atlanta housing development market's changed. Small builders, gone. Small banks, gone. Who are dominating the housing production market now? The biggest builders. Who's put a ton of money into companies like Lenore? Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett owned like big real estate firms, buying and selling existing homes. Then he started investing in new construction because the existing home market's changed as well. Very easy to understand this. But that run up is incredible. What does that run up in price change do to these production systems of building houses? Makes it very hard for them, let alone the consumer, right? That's why that chart's so important, because you understand that stability isn't there anymore. How do you really plan for and build housing at scale when you can't be sure what the price point should be given the current income? Right. All right. Does that make sense? That's our real challenge here. Let's go to the next one. I don't even know what's coming. Wrong way, I think. Let's go. Next one. So renter occupied. Look at this in more detail. You see Sandy Springs, right? So if it's blue, there's not many renter occupied units. But if you look at, I think a lot about Clayton County because I work there. More one-person households with kids, working hard, got a job, can't make a financial or economic mistake at all. Their numbers are just tight. High share of renter-occupied units. So they have the airport. The airport is an unbelievable job center, but many of them, those people are going to commute north. And spatially, they've got to run the gauntlet. They've got to either run the east side wall or the connector. Wow. To get to these good paying jobs up here, because the housing affordability is much better for them down there. Let's go to the next slide. Condos. I love that we get to make this. Next one. Housing development. Let's look at our pattern. 50s, 70s. Go back one. I think we've got one. Yeah, go to the next one. Sorry. Next one. 90s. Next one. 2010s. We didn't build anything. Right. Next one. And so lot size, big lots, small lots, just fun stuff. Keep going. We're going to go quickly. We're getting close on some of the core stuff I want to finish with. Next one. Next one. All right, this is Fulton County household size. This is my new joke, just like the traffic one. I'm going to put you in pain. How many of you have one spare bedroom in your current house? All right, yeah, be honest. Put your hand up so I can see it. How many of you have two spare bedrooms? Oh, you thought, well, it's one or more. I should start with how many have one or more bedrooms spare? How many of you have two or more bedrooms? How many of you have three or more bedrooms? Wow. Right? So household sizes, all right, you're sitting on a lot of bedrooms. I'm not saying anything other than that. There's a lot of space. We built these big single family homes. Your kids moved out. You have a ton of space. They might come in and visit you for a week or two. Or my daughter's like, I'm not coming to Atlanta for a while. You have to come to me in Europe. Horrible for me that I have to go to Europe to visit her. One person households, big run up. And this isn't just 20 somethings. This is what's happening to having a permanent, large, older population, right? Share of 4-person households has gone down. This is seeding this conversation about what should the housing mix be given these trends, right? Most of that one person is truthfully in our older age groups in most communities, right? Let's be honest. Next one. Number of bedrooms. This is, I learned to make this joke because we realized, so household sizes are falling, and we've given you a much better description of how they're falling, right? Big increase in one-person household. But what we've really been building in types of units is a lot more 5-bedroom, 4-bedroom, right? 3. So we've added this space that truthfully isn't going to be occupied at the bedroom level in the same way. Go to the next one. So, right. So this is for the ARC areas, just to show you the trends are similar. Keep going. Same thing. Now, hold on. This is ARC. This is the 11 county area. So we built, right. The 1 unit means a single family detached house, not a 1-bedroom. So we built a lot of single family houses. We, I think, have a net decline in duplexes. He's got to verify for me. I need more gesturing from you today, Moshe. Triplexes or quadruplexes, a great option. One of the first developments I reviewed in Clayton County was a quadruplex, single family looking home, but it was a quadruplex, single floor, 55 and age restricted. You remember 55 and age restricted developments from the late 90s, early 2000s? Great way to get into a right size space. We're not building them at all. And we did build some multifamily, but the bulk of it has been single family detached house. The point is, we're not adding to the mix and type of housing, right? We're very comfortable saying you can do your single family because the price point is going to be similar to all the subdivisions around you, blah, 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 blah. But I've given you all these other demographic factors that are impacting it. And this is the challenge you feel in your meetings, right? Every day. But you know the demographics behind why this is such a challenge, right? Long term. Keep going. I made this for you. Moshe made that report. I like it. It takes too long to show it tonight. And this is really hunting. This is the way we explain this. Cost burden households. You have to think about housing, transportation, remaining costs, and put it all together into really this household financial picture, right? You have housing costs, and then the transport costs matter a lot, especially in this region. Go to the next one. And this is where I have gotten better. We've built a lot of information about Sandy Springs on this website. We don't give information and say, this is what you should do. Everything is one size fits all. We really break down communities to understand what the costs have been, what type of housing they have, to come up with these sub-markets so you can understand at the sub-city level what's happening at the neighborhood level before we say, well, if you're thinking about the future of your housing supply, what potential things can you at least look at, right, as decision makers? And that's, you would start with this website. Go to the next slide. This is where I want to, and then we have these recommendations, right? And this is the way we try to say, we'd be very fair. Like, we're not changing single family neighborhoods. In my experience, it just doesn't happen, right? Almost 30 years now of watching development. They're stable, right? But you do want to identify appropriate areas for density, appropriate areas. Be very clear on this. So a lot of recommendations broken down on this website. It really is a great resource. I know we're at the front edge of providing information on housing nationally at a large scale because we process parcel level data, so we understand price per square foot. From a few places that has good information about change in price per square foot and median total value and sales value. That's very critical to input to all this. Go to the next slide. So more about the Explorer, lots of data. Moshe helped us make. Go to the next one. We get really good information on what's actually being built and sold. All this shows you across price points, for your core zip codes. Those red lines mean that there's a definite deficit across potential sales points. And, where you've got a surplus in the new market, that blue line going up is in the 1.2 million market. So double your median home value is where you're building homes, right? It's in a place people with higher incomes want to be. That's all this shows you. Keep going. Keep going, more information for you. This is where I want to start. This is where we need to have a real conversation. So I'm going to explain this. This is complicated, even for me. I muck up explaining it, but hopefully I'll do it right this time. Go one more. So we're going to talk about buying a home. Go back one. Did we miss renter? Okay. So go to this one. This, I should put the next one. Go to the next one. There. All right. So area median income, sometimes it's area mean income. So if you're at that normal number for the metro, which is about $83,000, that means you're making the average household income in the simplest sense. Could be median, like I'm saying, but sometimes it's mean, average. 83. So a registered nurse makes about 80. Dental hygienists get paid pretty well. There's a reason, I think we all understand. It's tough work. 79. If you're a cashier, food service host, you're really making, you know, the most meager wages, and you're at 30% of that area median income, right? So look across, really these hardworking people and what they're likely to make. For a second, elementary school teacher, 67,000. You're below that. Go back. Now we want to go back. All right. So if you look at the data and you understand what people are actually making, right? You really need to understand it by size of household. So 1 person, 2 person, 3 person, 4 person, 5 person, 6 person, right? And so these are the incomes you actually need to buy a home. So we highlight the workforce incomes. So to get to 100%, a 1 person household, you know, you're making $71,500 because you want to recategorize it by household size. So for a 4 person household, it's $102,000 a year. Look at that for a second, and then let's look up. So if you're at 100% AMI, depending on your household size, right, the efficiency you can buy has got to be valued at $214,000 for you to buy it. How many efficiencies are we selling for $214,000? How many? 0. Like, you can go back and look at the data of what's being sold and from the Market Insight earlier slide. So let's get to a standard small home, which isn't really the standard now, a 3-bedroom home. At 100%, it's $318,000. How many $318,000 homes are for sale right now in Sandy Spring? Right? I'm not preaching here. I want you to understand the math. So when something comes before you, if you don't do anything else, you learn this, you really understand how people are trying to function at the time. It's really good work that our staff has done. Break this out with a consultant. Bleakley helped really build this framework of understanding this information. And we're carrying it forward. Mad respect to them on this, just to really break it down. So, this is now true for most places in the region. Even if you go down into a Clayton County and you're looking for a single family home, it's going to be pushing 300s, right? You can probably make a go of it. But then you're in a place where your best job access is just the airport. Once you're maybe thinking about a job not in that area, well, the travel patterns get to be interesting, as we've talked about. We could stop here or have a discussion. There's one other slide I want to show you, but yes, please. I'll write you a check for that great statement and adding to this conversation. The ratio that Market Insight talks about when he does his presentation is 5. Lot price times 5 gives you the housing price. 5. What's a lot cost in Sandy Spring? What? Yeah. You're going to be spending some big money to build a house.
So how does this square with the previous slides where we were showing an increase in population in the area? Because you have people making a choice to come here, yet it seems like it's not affordable for us to
So the people that are moving in are often buying that new home at that very high price point, right? And this, you know, you've had some multifamily development, and that's a long time period of population change. I should probably do more recent, just to give you the context. I try to do, I had this idea in my mind for a while to do quarter of a century back, quarter of a century forward to like get out of the short term movement in these numbers, because I don't think they're as important. In the short term, population growth is going to be less in most of the northern communities. You know what you've been permitting, right? Rezoning hearing, how many units are coming online? Let's keep going. Let me see if it's in here. Keep going. We built a wonderful dashboard so you can look at real-time building permit data. So this, your question was a good lead up into this information. I know it's very hard to see with that beautiful sun, that orb in the sky coming through last moments before the storm hits. But if you look at Fulton, Gwinnett, Cobb, and DeKalb, you know, Fulton's done the most permits, but the bulk of that number down there is, since 1980, the city of Atlanta has done 168,000 units of construction. A lot of that's a tear down and a build back. So you're not really adding people at the same rate, right? But generally, I think in many areas, bigger household sizes, someone, kids are gone, you sell your house, new family moves in, maybe they've got kids because the schools are good. Go to the next one. So getting to your permit question, how did we grow the population in Sandy Springs? 2010 to 2024, right? I couldn't put Atlanta on this chart. It was so big. So I pulled it out and made a little separate chart for Atlanta, just so you could get, you've done more permits in Alpharetta, South Fulton, Union City, Roswell. And then you can see down, these are all the cities in Fulton County. Moshe actually, let me make this, will. But then look up at the number for the city of Atlanta. Huge number. There's no comparison, right? I should extend that bar out and really scale it, I guess, and that way you can see what you're doing. So you've done some permits, but it's really not in the same ballpark with the city of Atlanta. Let's go to the next one. There's more here. Yeah. Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, we obviously, they come in as buildings often. I think if you were really talking the building, but at the end, it's about the units, right? That's all this reporting up to the federal level is done at the unit. Right. Remember when we did the ratio stuff? I'd see this deck doesn't have it in there, but I've actually looked at that at the city level. So permits to population is a ratio. We haven't published it yet, but that's man, y'all are on fire with these questions or comments. I'm cheering you on. And you know, the city of Atlanta has done pretty well. One of the cities that sticks out is actually Woodstock. Right? Now, this is the thing. Those numbers, I haven't published them because you have new cities. So like a Peachtree Corners is so new that I don't feel like I can properly gauge the building permit numbers. But that is where I have gone intellectually, is to say, well, just share your population who's doing the most, right? And are you know, like a Roswell is going to be at the back of the pack in that permits per population. There's some cities on the south side, like a McDonough, that you wouldn't think about, but have been pretty aggressive about permits. Because we honestly, I think we can all agree, we need housing. People come in, well, what should it be? I'm like, we just need housing at this point. And you know, the exurban areas matter a lot to this conversation too. And they haven't grown in the way they did before the Great Recession, which is just as big of an economic story as what we're talking about now with the cities. Question? You sure? All right, let's keep going. What are we on time, Michelle? It's time. Okay. All right. So I'll make sure that you get the link to the actual deck so you can put it on your laptop. It does. But again, my point is, we're, you know, Atlanta Regional Commission, we want to give you good information. My email's in that deck. If you put an exclamation point in the first character of the subject line, it will get seen, I promise. If you don't, we all get a lot of email. But I want you to have the deck. I want you to have more information. My sweet spot is when someone emails me, I've gone completely through the deck. I've memorized all the information. Thank you. I have these following comments and questions. Can you do this? And then I forward it to him and some other people and say, can you do this? And that's what we really need, because I appreciate this time with you, right? Hearing how you're thinking matters as much to anything, because we will always format the information for you. So Matt. Absolutely. That's funny. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Jim.
Not to, yeah. I'm friends with Jim, so Jim is cool.
Ultimately, I'm responsible.
Oh, no problem. All right, well, thank you so much. Now we have design guidelines next, if that's okay. And we are, okay, great. And so we'll probably cut into our break a little bit, but I put those buffers in there, so. Okay, this is Sukriti Ghosh from RHI.
Thank you, Michelle. Hello, my name is Sukriti Ghosh. I'm with RHI. RHI has been working with the city for over 10 years. We did the Next 10 plan and a bunch of other plans, including small area plans. So we are happy to be here. We're really honored to be back here working with you. We have Eric Feldman with us, RHI. He also worked on the Next 10 plan with us. But I also want to give kudos to the community development department. They have been a blast to work with. Ginger, Michelle, John, and of course, Matthew, who is the project manager for this project. So it has been a blast working with them. Chair Haggard mentioned about the urban fabric. That's the duty and the role and the responsibility that you fill in, day out as members of the Planning Commission and the Board of Appeals. So I want to start with that. So this design guidelines is all about how do you enhance the quality development and the quality of place for Sandy Springs. And some of that quality is about what we see and feel in the urban realm and the urban infrastructure. So that's the role of the design guidelines and how to fill in the shoes of what the development code says and what the guidelines can help create that quality development. So next. So we are going to give you a quick progress update about the whole design guidelines process, and we'll share some examples and how some of the design guidelines can be applied to some properties, just an example of how design guidelines can help. I know you have a big agenda, so we'll try to go through it as fast as possible. Next. We had a lot of great kickoff discussions. Late 2024, we are at the very initial stages of the design guidelines. We met with some of you in the Planning Commission. That was great to get your feedback. We met with the mayor and the council a couple of times. We got some good directions from all of you. We had site visits late last year and kickoff meetings. Throughout February and March, when we met with you all in early February, we have been having a lot of conversations with stakeholders. I think we met probably around 100 stakeholders already, and we had a public meeting last night. It was really good. We got some really good feedback. So there is a website that is already set up for that. So sandyspringsga.gov/design guidelines. So if you go there, there is also a survey. If you please do not mind to fill out the survey and share that with your neighbors and others. That would be very helpful. Next. So the design guidelines will be applied in the commercial areas of Sandy Springs. So the commercial areas, the areas where the multifamily homes are, and also the areas for the townhomes. So you can see the Roswell Road corridor, you see perimeter, and you see Powers Ferry. Those are the application of design guidelines areas. We have divided the the focus areas into 2 stages as we go through this 1-year process. And the 2 stages are the areas north of 285, which are roughly north end, which is on the north in the red, the City Springs at the core, and the perimeter to the east. So that's stage 1 in this whole process. And the stage 2 is the areas roughly south of 285, which is Crossroads, Neighborhood Village, and the Powers Ferry onto the west. Next. So I was mentioning about this 1-year rough process. We had a great kickoff meeting, 2024. We are now in the thick of creating an overall framework, understanding from you all, leadership, as well as stakeholders, like I mentioned. We are trying to understand how the development code and how the design guidelines can help towards that creation of that urban, better quality urban fabric. So we are at the very initial stages. After that, we'll get into stage 1, which are the areas north of 285, and then stage 2, the areas south of 285. And then towards the end of 2025, we'll be drafting the guidelines and getting into end of 2025, 2026, we'll be coming back to the Planning Commission for hearing, and then going to the mayor and the council for hearing and the adoption process. Next. And we have a lot of public meetings throughout that whole 1-year process. Public meetings in person, virtual engagements, including the survey that I mentioned a little while back. So there's a lot of different opportunities. So how design guidelines shape places? We all go to different places. We like it, we love it. Maybe some of the areas, not so much. What are some of the components of the design guidelines? You come to City Springs, you see the building, you see the materials, the massing and the texture. You come to the public realm, you cross the green, you see people in there. So it's a desirable place. So those are the elements that I just mentioned, the building elements and the public realm elements, whether it's a paving or landscaping or lighting or signage that gets you directional advice into specific buildings. Everything helps together to create that experience of a place. That's what the design guidelines are trying to achieve. So you have the urban structure, you have the building massing and the height and the densities, and you have the specific mix of uses. So those 4 on the top are kind of guided by the development code. The ones at the bottom, site and the streetscape, the facade and the details and the materials of the facade and the public realm, there is some guidance in the development code. And that's where design guidelines comes in to fill in that void as to what are some of the character elements that can happen in the building and the public and the private realm, in the sidewalk areas, in the access areas in the sites, what can happen to improve the aesthetic and the quality of development in these areas. So that's where we are right now with the design guidelines. Next. We have gotten some good feedback from the mayor and the council regarding the approach of the design guidelines. We have researched a lot of design guidelines in this first few months. I'll share some examples with you, and there are a lot of different approaches. And when we looked into all of these different examples, we divided the design guidelines examples into 3 specific categories. One is kind of a light approach, which is mainly about like a very short documentation. It's more about communication between the staff and the property owners and the developers. It is more concise and graphics heavy, very visual. Then the next category is about the balanced, which is about a little bit more specificity and detail. It provides opportunities to address specific locations and specific conditions. For example, we are in a rolling topographical situation here. What are some of the things in the public realm that we can do to help with the creation of a better public realm and better quality of design? So that's a balanced. And then the prescriptive is more about a form-based code. So we have, so there's a lot of prescriptive architectural styles and details of buildings and the public realm. So it's less flexible. We have heard from the mayor and the council that we need to be flexible. We, of course, want to improve the identity and the branding of the city of Sandy Springs as we are going through the 20 years of the city's incorporation. We are transforming from a Fulton County into more of a city, as you saw all of the numbers. in the previous presentation, and my head is kind of swimming into all of those numbers. So it's kind of a good segue into this discussion. But the mayor and the council mentioned to us, be flexible, but still provide the guidelines in a way that guides the improvement of the image of the city. So in the next few slides, I'll go through quickly about these different approaches. Next. The light approach is about showing everything in diagrams. This happens to be from the Midtown Owners Manual in Atlanta, Georgia. It was done by the Midtown Alliance. And you can see the diagrams. It's more of a lookbook and a mosaic of different preferred elements of building and the public realm. Next. It shows different illustrations about the juxtaposition of buildings and public realm. What are some of the elements? What are some of the range of approaches that can be done with the design guidelines? It's still from the Midtown Owners Manual. Next. This is from San Francisco's Urban Design Guidelines. And still within that light approach of design guidelines, it can include design principles and visual examples of what those principles mean, so that a property owner or a developer has that option to choose specific elements and work with the city staff to improve their properties when they're developing or redeveloping a property. Next. On the balanced one, which is the next category, we looked into the Roswell's Unified Development Code and the design guidelines. And for the balanced one, we saw that there are guidelines for specific conditions. Like I mentioned here, the rolling topographical situations, you have some retaining walls in some of those areas to retain some of those, the facade of the public realm. What are the menu of approaches that the city staff can sit down with the property owner and think about how to improve their public realm or their building? So there will be a range of approaches rather than a specific specifier developed approach. Next. And we have done design guidelines for many communities around the Mid-Atlantic, and this happens to be from Fairfax County, Virginia and Northern Virginia. And when we shared the documentation with a lot of stakeholders, including the mayor and the council, they liked the approach of this. The reason they liked about it is not specifying specific architectural styles, but what are some of the building types and what are the principles behind all of those? Next. We specified materials and specifications a little bit, again, with the range of approaches, not just this one. This is just showing the template. On the geographic variations, as you go down Roswell Road, I mentioned about the 6 focus areas. So they are, in their own sense, their own specific character. You come to City Springs, you feel like you're in the downtown core. You go to Perimeter, there is a specific character to it. So that's the kind of element that we explored as part of this design guidelines for Fairfax County. This is Route 1, just south of City of Alexandria in Virginia. And there are specific areas along that Route 1 corridor where there are more contemporary approaches and where there are more traditional approaches based on the existing character of the community. When you are close towards the Mount Vernon, George Washington's Mount Vernon or the Fort Belvoir, it's more traditional. So what is that rustic look? What is that traditional look? And that can be reflected in the building and the public realm. More towards the north, where you're looking towards DC and City of Alexandria, it's a little bit more transitional and it's a little bit more modern. How it finds its way into the building character and the public realm character. That's important. Next. On the prescriptive side, this is an example. One of our team members, Sizemore Group, who is a local firm, they're working on the architectural side of the design guidelines. One of their staff members worked on this form-based code for a community in Florida. As you can see, it's very, very detailed. It actually goes into building standards and architectural styles, specific architectural styles and standards. Next. As I mentioned, architectural styles. So that's kind of giving you the whole approach of all of the different categories of design guidelines. And as I mentioned, we have heard from the mayor and the council, just to reiterate that we want to be flexible, and we'd love to hear from you also. We want to be flexible, but at the same time, advance the development code and the design guidelines in a way that provides help to the property owners as well as to the city staff. Next. With those kind of descriptions of the design guidelines, I want to share with you the application. How do you apply the design guidelines to a couple of examples? We chose two sites. One is just across from you along the Veterans Park. And the other one is a redevelopment for the North River Shopping Center. Based on the North End small area plan, we chose the North River Shopping Center as one of the sites. Next. So like I mentioned, there's existing commercial. This is a retrofit example, what can happen. And we are not saying that the design guidelines, when it is adopted, needs to be applied to specific properties. It will only happen when somebody comes to the city for development and redevelopment. If there is a facade grant, if somebody wants to develop specific portions of the property. So we chose this site, and you know this site very well. We don't have to get into that. Next. So when we start thinking about the design guidelines, we start to organize the whole area into three different pieces. One is the building elements, which includes the facade and the materials and the colors, the doors and the windows, the canopy, the parapet, the signage, what happens in the building. The next portion is the private realm, the space between the building and the sidewalk areas, what happens in there, the paving, the landscaping, the textures. And then finally, the public realm, the sidewalk areas, the landscape panel, the trees and everything. So those are the compartments or the organization of a specific property. Next. So this is just showing an artist rendering of what can happen with that site. Not saying that that's how it will develop, but right now, if something were to happen with this, so you can see like the improved building. And in the next slides, I'll go through all of this, the improved building, which is the facade materials. How do you enhance the bottom so that there is a good base? What is the middle portion of that building? What is that parapet? What is the signage, lighting on the building? So everything counts. So those are the elements that we'll be talking about in the design guidelines. Next. In the private realm and the site elements, we're talking about the paving materials, the site furnishings, the lighting, the connection between the doors. How do you enhance the entrances? What are some of the signage? How do you connect from those entrances over to the sidewalk? What is the interface between the private site elements and the public realm in the sidewalk? Is there a landscape panel that defines the boundary of a specific site? Is there a landscaped wall or a seat wall that defines that? So everything comes into the picture when you're talking about design guidelines. And of course, the planting and the trees and the signage and the lighting, everything counts. Next. The final example is the redevelopment example. The graphic on the right-hand side, you're very familiar with probably, North End small area plan that was done a few years back. And we chose this as an example to show what is a mid-rise and a low-rise development. This is more of a mid-rise and a high-rise development. Next. And again, very similar to the retrofit example, when we look into any development, we're looking at the building, the massing, the articulation, and what happens in the private realm and the public realm. Next. And this is just the redevelopment example. The North End small area plan had like just a white box of what is the height. And we started thinking about it. I mean, it's not, this is how the development is going to go? Probably not. So we are just showing an artist rendering of what can happen with the building and the public realm. Next. Again, just to give you a better view of that. Next. So very similar to the retrofit example, we start thinking about what is the base of the building? How do you enhance that? Or is there a banding in the top of the ground floor? What is the middle portion? And what is the parapet and the roof line? How do you enhance the entrances of the buildings? And what is the interface of the building and the private and the public realm? Everything is part of that element. And also the signage and lighting for the building. Next. On the design elements for the site, you're thinking about what happens at the corner. How do you enhance the corner? What is the signage, the planting, the access, what is the branding? So that kind of encompasses, I think next slide is more of a discussion. That kind of encompasses what we are trying to achieve with the design guidelines. As I mentioned before, We are at the very initial stages. We had a lot of great stakeholder discussions, met with many of you. So I thank you for all of the feedback that you have provided. So at this time, any other questions, discussions, please? Yeah, I think that's the intent. We're not going to be focusing on, okay, everything in city of Sandy Springs is going to be a traditional kind of architecture. I think you'll lose the essence of it because the city is an organic element, right? So we are open to quality development, whether it's traditional or modern or contemporary. It's just the elements within the buildings that we are focused on. What is the interface of the building and what you see, like where the windows are, and is there a good transparency so that people feel safe and comfortable walking along the street? Is there balconies? Is everything kind of lining up? So we're focusing more on the elements rather than specific architectural styles. And to add to that is you saw the different focus areas. So and each focus areas might have their own character. And there are some areas that can transition from one focus area to another one. So those are kind of the discussions that we're having right now. Does that answer your question? Okay, thank you. Others? Thank you very much.
Okay, so next we will have comprehensive planning with Andrew Smith. Oh, there he is. Thank you so much. Me and Andrew go back a long way from fresh out of school type planning until now. So.
We do. So I appreciate the invitation from Michelle. Yes, again, my name is Andrew Smith. I am a planning coordinator. There it is. At the Atlanta Regional Commission, ARC. I know you heard from Mike Alexander a little bit ago. So he, I'm sure, shared with you, some more details about what ARC is as some preamble. But if not, we are, the intergovernmental coordination and planning agency for the Metro Atlanta region. Depending on what subject matter you're talking about, that can vary quite a bit. The part of the agency that I work in, and this is kind of a lead up, is the state designated regional commission. There are 12 regional commissions throughout the state, and we are just one of them. And so we cover the 11 county Metro Atlanta area. So that's a smaller footprint than our federally designated transportation planning zone. And it's a little bit different than some of the other footprints that we have, but that's all a lead up into comprehensive planning, which, as I'll get into, is guided in large part by the state of Georgia. And so we're going to talk about it today. I know that I think this is the last thing I'll say before we kind of get into it. I think Michelle mentioned that y'all are in the early stages of planning for your next comprehensive plan update for the entire city. We're zooming out a lot from urban design in specific areas. And I believe that's due in October of 2027. And so I think y'all are trying to get into that, into the planning stages. Planning to plan is what we like to call it. But so next slide, please. So again, this is our vision and our mission, values, goals for the Atlanta region. So I invite you to take a look and find out more about our agency. And I'm sure Mike is going to have some great resources in the housing packet that y'all have or that you get. Next slide. So the purpose of today, talking with Michelle, was to really go over, and I think it's great that y'all have a retreat like this. I manage a program called the Community Planning Academy, and it is an annual opportunity for folks typically from planning commissions and BZAs and things like that to opt in and come to ARC to learn more about, planning and zoning fundamentals. It's kind of a crash course, and then we get into a lot of regional planning topics. So I'm taking some of that into this, an audience that I'm kind of, familiar with, to really get into planning fundamentals when it comes to the state requirements and things like that. And then kind of just we'll discuss some observations and take any questions as we have time. Next slide. The next one after that. So, you know, what is planning? If you're involved in planning, I'm sure that you know this, and then that's why you got involved. But I find that a lot of times people come into planning commissions, especially after being appointed or recommended or some sort of volunteer role, maybe without a background in it, and then you really learn on the job, which is great. But you know, this is really the American Planning Association definition of planning is to take, you know, steps to ensure that we have, you know, a more prosperous, convenient, equitable, you know, a better place for future generations. We may not sit under the trees that we are planting right now, but we're trying to plant them now so that future generations can appreciate them. Next slide. Just a little bit about, I'm going to breeze through these. Constitutional authority plan really comes out of the Georgia Constitution. There were standard planning and zoning enabling acts that many states adopted. But the most kind of the clearest through line that we have right now to planning in Georgia is the home rule provision in the Georgia Constitution. That provides that legal basis for planning and zoning. It doesn't say that you have to plan or zone. There are many, many counties, dozens of counties in Georgia that do not have zoning. Many of them don't really need it because they're very, very rural. But this allows local municipalities or counties to, it allows them to take steps to plan, to provide for you know, the police power, essentially to protect the public health, safety, and welfare. And so that's where that emanates from. Next slide. Really, the piece of legislation that guides planning in the state most clearly from 1989 to now was the Georgia Planning Act. That was a piece of legislation designed to create a system of coordinated planning that kind of goes from the ground up, local to regional to state. And next slide, if you would. You know, the legislation was not copied, but adapted from a model used in Florida, which has since been blown up and disintegrated several years ago. But so we saw a lot of growth in neighboring states and wanted to try to create, you know, a better landscape for making coordinated, you know, thoughtful decisions about the future. So what the big thing that this act did was that it actually required local governments just to do a plan. It doesn't say it has to be the best plan. It doesn't have to. There's basic parameters around it, and that's what I'm going to get into. But the biggest thing is just that you do have to do a plan and talk about certain things and document certain things within your community. Again, like as I mentioned, it's kind of a ground up approach, not really a top down one. Plans have to be updated every 5 years. And then crucially, the Georgia Department of Community Affairs, DCA, they are the state department that manages the application of the Georgia Planning Act. And they do that via a set of rules that governs local comprehensive planning in the state. Next slide. Zoning procedures law, ZPL, that's very much related, but you know, that governs how local governments can rezone property and you know, do zoning activities. You know, so that's related. That's really an implementation tool. I'm going to focus more on planning, but I just wanted to mention that. And again, the DCA minimum standards and procedures for local comprehensive planning. So that's a mouthful, but that really governs and sets out parameters for how local governments need to plan and generally what should be covered in their plans. Next slide. So, you know, these are all things. I'm going to speed through these, but these are the foundations of planning. These are the things that we're trying to do to protect the public health, safety, and welfare, improve our quality of life, also regulate, you know, private sector investments and offer certainty to them, and protect those places as well. Next slide. You know, why plan? It's to really do all of these things. If you're involved in planning, you know all of the top several bullets there. But importantly, one of the other things that is unique about Georgia is that The state really requires it. I think they would describe it maybe as an incentive. It's debatable whether it's a stick or a carrot. But the local planning rules, if you comply with those, you update your plan regularly and you do it according to their framework, which is very flexible, which we'll get into. You can maintain what's called QLG, Qualified Local Government Status, and that gives you access to certain state funding sources. And next slide, please. And that shows you, if you want to go, I think I had it on the next slide. I hope. Yeah, there it is. That link should be active in the, if you get a digital version of this, but there's all kinds of specific funding sources that you cannot be eligible for if you don't maintain QLG status. Next slide. What happens if we don't plan? You know, disjointed, you might get some outcomes like what we were just looking at, where the parking lot just kind of fades into the roadway and there's no curb and gutter, and then next to that there's something completely different. There's incompatible uses. There's all kinds of impacts on transportation and quality of life. The list could go on. Next slide. And then who plans? I highlighted this in red because this is you all. Y'all have an active role. It's not just responding and reacting to development applications and rezonings and things. Y'all can and should have an active role in being stewards of your city's comprehensive plan, including the update of it. Next slide. Some of the tools of planning, again, zoning and subdivision regs and things like that, overlay districts, design guidelines, those are all nested a little bit farther down. We're going to talk again about comp plans primarily at the top. Next slide. And this kind of gives you a good visual that helps some folks understand kind of the hierarchy or the organization, but the comp plan kind of talks to every other thing, really. And many of those things kind of communicate or signal different things back up to the comp plan. But it's supposed to be really a management document, a guiding document for the community, documents your goals, your needs, your short-term work program, and what you're going to do to try to address those goals and then influence those needs and opportunities. Let's talk a little bit about state requirements. Next slide. So required plan elements. So this is where there's a very summarized version of the local planning rules. But the vision and goals, again, that's the most, I would say probably important element of the comprehensive plan. That's where you're really highlighting community-wide what things you need to tackle at a high level. And again, needs and opportunities, that's that second circle there. Really, your goals, if they're achieved over time, can serve to address those needs in order, basically solve those challenges or address those challenges, and serve to strengthen those opportunities, to seize those opportunities, build on assets, build on strengths. Your community work program is a 5-year chart, essentially, that tackles, all the things that the city wants to do in the short term to try to achieve its goals and therefore influence those needs and opportunities. That could be things like studies, projects, programs, capital improvements, different community initiatives. It's very holistic. It's very comprehensive, as the name implies. And so that's why that's there. That's to really try to figure out, okay, who could be responsible for this at the city level? How much might it cost? How long do you think it'll take? And can we at least start in the next 5 years? Okay, all right, well, then we need to put it in the work program. It doesn't have to be as detailed as, hey, we need to replace this 10-foot section of sidewalk. That may be a line item that's a package of capital improvements that all relates to one area or one corridor. So it's at a little bit higher level than just like the very nitty gritty. Broadband is part of the state rules. That's a big, a priority for the state. And so high-speed internet, just that as a concept for education, for economic development, that's found its way into a lot of different state rules for different things, different departments. And so with the comp plan, you do have, every community has to talk about it. It's not a highly technical, scientific, 10-page treatise on technology or anything. It's really just more of a high-level check on, hey, what's our high-speed internet availability and access really look like in our community? Are there any gaps? Why might that be? What steps can we take to investigate that? Required for some, these are elements that are only required for communities that meet certain criteria or conditions. CIE, that's for communities that collect development impact fees. Sandy Springs, yes. So that Sandy Springs is one of those. So developers chip in for public facilities essentially that need additional help as a result of the development coming into the community. So that can be roads, bridges, parks and recreation, public safety and fire, things like that. Land use, if you have a zoning code, then you have to have a land use element that lays out your high level future land use aspirations in terms of what we think should go where and why. And generally, it doesn't get into, it doesn't have to get into like really specific densities. It doesn't have to be a parcel by parcel based thing like a zoning map, but many communities do use a parcel based approach. Many other communities use what's called a character area based approach, which is sort of more generalized areas or nodes. Character areas is what the city uses. And so that allows a little more flexibility, I think. And then very often you'll have a character area and you might even have some differentiation within that character area of things that tie to, you might say, hey, this is a sub area of a character area. And we want to see X, Y, Z in this area. This is what the community has told us. This is what our elected officials have told us that they think makes sense here. This is what our professional planning staff and you all as stewards of the community and kind of advocates, ambassadors, sounding board for the community at large. That's where your input, I think, is very important. And so that creates a framework that provides a foundation for things like your zoning map, which is a very, you can only do this use. You can only have it be this tall. It has to be this far away from the street, this far away from its neighbors, this far away from its rear neighbors, all those things that y'all are probably very, very familiar with in terms of your roles. So that's a little bit about land use. Again, there are many counties. I laugh, but it's just so foreign to, if we're in Metro Atlanta, to go, what, you don't have zoning. There are many communities that don't have to do a land use element because they might have just like fire, like life safety codes, maybe a building code. They don't have zoning. Sometimes they just don't really need it. Economic development, really in our region, Clayton County is the only county that's economically kind of distressed in this definition to where they have to do an economic development element. But every community that we interact with, they always want to talk about economic development. So very often this is included just almost like par for the course. Transportation, if you, just like Fulton County and Sandy Springs, y'all are really almost at the heart of ARC's federally designated transportation planning geography. So because of that, you do have to do a transportation element. That's where you grab the most relevant things that the most relevant items from like our regional transportation plan or your like a Fulton County transportation plan, and then you merge those and combine those with your hyper local, just Sandy Springs transportation issues, challenges, improvements you want to make, discussions, thorny things that need work and need thought. Housing, that is required for any community that's a HUD CDBG entitlement community, or if you're in a county that is, I think Sandy Springs is a direct HUD recipient. So y'all have to do a housing element. And that can be, it's a discussion. It's what are our challenges? Like Mike was talking about, what are our issues? What are we trying to tackle? What's important, and trying to, have all that crystallized there in that element. These don't all have to be specific chapters. You can kind of weave them together. Let's say you wanted to have all of these elements kind of woven into your goals and your needs and opportunities. You could do that. Very often though, a lot of plans will have like an element for land use. That's kind of a section of the plan by itself. And then, but they are all obviously connected. Next slide. These are optional plan elements. Again, for a community like Sandy Springs, there are many of these things that are already in your plan and many things that you want to address in terms of, historic and cultural resources. I'm thinking natural resources. I'm thinking green space, infrastructure, all of those things. But these are technically optional, totally optional in the framework of planning in Georgia. Next slide. The elements that are required to be updated every 5 years is actually really slim. You don't have to reinvent your plan every 5 years. I know a lot of people think that maybe you do. You really don't. You just have to take a new look at your needs and opportunities, your broadband element, your land use element, and your work program. And the report of accomplishments is part of that. That's where you just take a look at your last work program and go through and say, okay, what's the status for all of these items? And then are we going to postpone these? Are these not a priority, or are we going to start them in the next 5 years and we need to push them into the next work program? That kind of thing. Next slide, a little bit more about needs and opportunities. Again, I mentioned this earlier. It's kind of where you document your community's challenges or issues that need addressing. And then opportunities are strengths or assets that you want to continue to build on. This is just a snapshot of DeKalb County's most recent plan, with kudos to Kimley Horn. They're a consulting firm that many of y'all are probably familiar with. They worked with DeKalb County on their most recent plan. Next slide. I think this is goals. This is the, kind of the higher level long-term goals that if you address those, you will maximize quality of life and influence, hopefully address those needs and opportunities. Again, these are kind of overarching goals that guide your day-to-day. Next slide. Future land use. Again, this is something that you'll see in your comp plan where you have different character areas and then a narrative that kind of describes, and very often more modern plans in the last 30 years or so have a lot of visual cues and a lot of visual aids in them to help decision makers say, okay, well, this is something, if we need to go tweak our zoning based on this new plan, then we should go do that, or we should consider this when a new application comes in. Next slide. Community work program. Again, it's just what I mentioned. It's your line items of things you want to try to address. And then when you're going to try to do them, who's going to be responsible for them, what if they have a cost associated with them, et cetera. These are things that the city is going to be directly attending to in the next 5 years. Next slide. Again, going back to that tools of planning, I'm going to breeze through just small area plans, but this is where a lot of folks like the gentleman you just heard from, or Sarah, who you're going to hear from later. Next slide, where they might come into play in terms of doing really focused area plans like around City Springs and things like that. Next, yeah, these are just some benefits for doing small area planning. Sometimes the comp plan is very hard it's community wide, and you need to focus on certain key areas where there's opportunity for change or redevelopment or improvement, things like that. This is just a snapshot of what you might find in a comp plan relative to small area plans and how it sort of drills down to get at those areas. Next slide. Same thing, it'll often have a visual. And this is not something that would override your land use or your zoning, but that would complement it in some way or offer more detail that's really specific to that geographic area. Next slide. Bottom line, plans are just that. They are policy guides. They're management documents. They're aspirational. Sometimes they're kind of operational. Your codes and ordinances, that's the law. And the goal is to try to push as much as you can. Every time you update a plan, push as much as you can, as much as needed, into things like zoning and all your other implementation tools. But these are living documents. That's why they get updated every 5 years. People turn over, elected officials leave, come and go. Folks on planning commissions come and go. Staff comes and goes. Hopefully Michelle and her team aren't going anywhere anytime soon. Next slide. This is just a sample of kind of what regional commissions do. One of our big goals that we've always done is that when a local plan is pretty much has been drafted and is basically done, they have to send it to their regional commission, which is ARC, and then we share that final draft, for lack of a better term, with all of the surrounding communities, with the planning staff at all of the neighboring jurisdictions. So that's where that coordinated planning comes in. It's intergovernmental coordination to try to say, okay, at least your neighboring community in Dunwoody or Roswell can understand at least what are the things that Sandy Springs is thinking about, planning for. How does that interact maybe with their local planning activities? And they can provide comments to ARC, and then we supply that back to Sandy Springs. And we also review plans in relation to our overarching regional plan and offer advisory comments. Again, it's not a regulatory thing. It's really an advisory communication process. Importantly, though, in big rules revision around 2011, 2012, where we are tasked with providing direct assistance to update comp plans. It's free. And that's, when a community, when when their due date is coming up, they can ask their regional commission for help, and we can provide that. It's really usually for smaller communities they might have very limited or no planning staff. And so we've done dozens of plans throughout the region, again, usually for smaller cities. That's kind of the bread and butter, and that's what that intent was there for. Kind of some early things to think about, when maybe things that y'all can start thinking about when you're getting ready for your 2027 plan are here on this slide. What are things the city's undertaken in the last few years since your last plan that might need to be pulled in and updated? What are are there any conflicts or tensions that y'all need to be aware of? Sometimes a comp plan it can be a scapegoat in some ways if there's something really specific happening in the community. And then the planning process starts, then people can kind of conflate those things, and it becomes a referendum on whatever that really hyper specific thing is. But again, the plan is supposed to be comprehensive, just like the name implies. So trying to understand those things ahead of time is a good idea. And then engagement. You want a robust engagement effort. You want to understand are there any groups that didn't exist 5 years ago that are new and have some planning adjacent role in our community? Are there any, sort of like artists or arts and culture groups that we could tap? Are there any just folks that we've had trouble engaging with in the past that we should really try again with this time and maybe taking a different approach? Next one, just some observations here to wrap up. I think the local standards, again, I think, and Michelle will probably agree with me, they're very adaptable. That was part of that big rules revision from that previous slide, where they used to be much more top down, a little too data focused, to where, now you can data updates almost in real time, all the time. You can go grab new information every month. And so the submission process was more difficult. Now there's just one deliverable. There's less focus on data, like I said, and just a lot more opportunity to tailor the plan to what your community is really trying to achieve, and to the dynamics of your community and your population size. It's just, they moved away from a one-size-fits-all approach, and I think that's been a positive thing. You do have that flexibility to look at a parcel-based land use approach or a character area-based approach. Some of the advantages and disadvantages, I would say, again, there's customization, flexibility. It's not prescriptive or proscriptive, but then kind of the counter argument to that, well, okay, is this too low of a bar? Is this too easy? Is this too, I don't know, vanilla or something like that? And so that's been, it's again, flexibility is there, and I think that's a good thing. And I think that's, in my mind, kind of overrides that you don't have to make it be this unbelievable deep dive on data every single time that you do a plan. You need to try to keep it alive, but be able to tailor it. A lot of connections from your needs to your goals. And then really DCA is very interested in implementation. They'll look very closely at the community work program, that 5-year short-term work program, and make sure, hey, is there something from last time that you said is ongoing and then it doesn't show up in the next 5-year work program? Okay, well, what happened to that project? Is it still happening? But I think the counter argument there is, hey, is DCA kind of in the weeds, or should we be more visionary? That's, jury's still out there. You can lean on your regional commission. We can do a lot more than what we're required to do. And our typical scope is I think we produce a really very good planning product. But again, we do have limited bandwidth, not like what you'd get from a consultant or something like that. It's more on the basic side. And then joint plans, those are harder, especially in the metro area. You find those a lot more in rural parts of Georgia, where you might have a county and then several small cities, very small cities. And it's easier for them to do a joint plan in those connections. But I think we're trying to create, regional coordination. That's our whole mission. But local competition is always a thing. Annexation, home rule, that's something that is supported by the state constitution. And then the other thing I just wanted to mention is that it really is a ground up framework. I think sometimes people don't think about it that way. And it's sort of like we've got these rules, but again, the flexibility that the rules provide really allows the cities to decide for themselves what they want to tackle and what they want to talk about. And that rolls up to, you know, the goal is for it to roll up to more of a coordinated regional plan and a coordinated better planned state. So that I think is all I have. That was the last thing. This is just some resources. Some of these are DCA resources. I can't really speak for them, but that's where you can go find out some basic information, the rules, different things like that. So I wanted to put that in there. And I appreciate it. I'm probably over time. I'm sure I'm over time, but I could talk about this all day. But I appreciate everybody's time. And if you have any, is there time for any quick questions or?
I asked because, you know, this year is where we're going to start up our comprehensive plan. And I'll talk about it a little bit after lunch or so, but we'll be starting our comprehensive plan this year, 2025, to get us to 2027. 2027. It's an 18-month process. Yeah, yeah.
I think, are y'all in the June or the October? June.
June.
Yeah. So June 30th of 2027. I didn't really mention that, but the state does have this rolling deadline schedule. They set deadlines for communities so that it's kind of spread out. Some years are very, in our region, you might have like 10 plans due, and then the next year there's like 30 plans due. So it doesn't always work great for an individual regional commission, but every community has, you know, a different deadline, kind of space things out.
Okay.
Great. Well, I
Well,
appreciate
thank you so
everybody's
much.
time.
Thanks for
Thank
coming
you.
out. Great, thank you. Yes, so we're a little bit off schedule by 15, 20 minutes. So we're just going to jump a little bit to the public involvement. This, you'll hear about a Clarkston plan that was done by this consultant firm. They got the GPA award for community engagement. We Sandy Springs also submitted our plan, Crossroads, for that same award. So these are the winners. So we want to hear what they did so that we could try to come for that plan next time. So we have, you'll introduce yourself, Sarah and Ed.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sarah McCauley. I'm with Perkins and Will. I'm a senior urban designer. I was the project manager on the Clarkston Greenway project, and then I'll have Ed introduce himself.
And I'm Ed Cadell. I was the public engagement lead for the Clarkston Greenway study, and I'm with Sycamore Consulting, a small planning firm based out of Decatur that specializes in engagement.
That's us. Hopefully we kind of look like that. Next slide, please. We had a more extensive project team. Perkins and Will led the project management, public engagement, and just overall design. We had Sycamore who led our engagement, and then we had Perez Planning and Design and Trail Connection to help with the feasibility and design, like details of the trail. And then we also had Purpose Possible on our team who provided the city with a funding stream so that they could move directly into implementation. And there were a list of grants and just other public funding sources that the city could pursue. Next slide, please. This is just kind of an agenda of the things we'll touch upon, just the general regional significance of trails, the people in Clarkston and Clarkston itself, and how we used the engagement to inform not only our analysis, but also our recommendations and the implementation plan, and then just some takeaways for you. Yeah. So the ARC has a regional bike network vision, and this was an LCI study to kind of advance that bike network in Clarkston. You know, the Beltline has created a lot of enthusiasm around trails, and a lot of people want their own trail or their own Beltline, or they want to connect into it. And in Clarkston, they have the Stone Mountain Path Trail that runs directly through the center of the city, but that's on one side of the railroad tracks, and there's no trail connections on the north side of the railroad tracks. And this is just a further explanation of what I just said. And so Clarkston is, you know, a relatively small community, about 10 miles east of Atlanta. It's part of the Welcoming Communities Network. There's about 15,000 people there, but it's unique in a lot of ways. There's over half the population is immigrants or refugees that speak dozens of languages. We hear different numbers at different times, but we've heard up to 60 languages. And so we had to think about that when we were engaging the community. And then there's also more than half of the population, because of their backgrounds, don't have access to a car. And it's not a overly connected city. So there's probably long transit rides or long walks or bikes to get different places. And we wanted to see how the trail could not only provide a way to get around, but also address other concerns throughout the community, like affordable housing, public health, and the environment. We, in our plan, recommended some things for housing to offset some displacement concerns. As we know, particularly around the Beltline, the trail gets built and then there's a lot of investment, and legacy residents and business owners are often pushed out. And then public health was at the top of everyone's mind. So we wanted to think about how the trail could provide better physical and mental health. And then just all the environmental things that can come up with running a trail near a creek, and just different environmental cleanup. So this was the original map of the trail options. There's one in blue that runs through the center of the northern part of the city along the South Fork Peachtree Creek. We had another one that runs along I-285, and then a segment on along US 78. And so originally the scope was to identify which ones we were doing of those three. It ended up that we phased all of them. You'll see that later, but this is what we started with. And as Andrew was talking about with planning in cities and how there's always a bunch of plans, the comprehensive plan sets the overall policy. And this study was one of those small area plans that was then adopted into the comprehensive plan. One of the things we were really excited about with Clarkston is, it's a small city, but they've always been willing to do progressive things and take a chance on different ideas that a lot of cities sometimes struggle with. For example, this cottage court development was one of the first, if not the first, in the region to be built. When they do make public investments in their parks and streets and all of that, they really put a lot of thought into the design and the materials. So it was nice to see that they have high quality investment in infrastructure in their public spaces. All right, I'm going to pass it to Ed to talk about the engagement details.
Let me just get my papers sorted here. All right. So next slide, please. So this is just I think we skipped over a little bit. This is just a small list. So the city of Clarkston has a pretty small staff with limited resources. So because of this, we really relied a lot on community partners. This is just a small list. We'll go into a little more detail with the various community partners later. Next slide, please. All right, so we really wanted the community to embrace and take ownership of this plan. So we really made sure that engagement drove every step of the process. And we really had the goal of being open and transparent so folks could see their feedback being incorporated into the plan. So we also recognize the importance of not just meeting people where they are, but really understanding where people are coming from, figuratively, literally, and really embracing just the many diverse perspectives in Clarkston on what it means to get around safely, to what it means to connect, what it means to form community, and all that good stuff. Next slide, please. So Clarkston, as we mentioned, 50 plus spoken languages, representing as many or more different countries. It really required a unique approach to getting the full extent of the community involved and engaged. The first step, obviously, is to make people feel welcome. And it's particularly important in Clarkston to understand that a lot of people are coming from particularly vulnerable situations. So building that trust is the key first step. And that's where we really relied on our community partners. Fortunately for us, there are a lot of organizations already doing great work in the community, from refugee support services, childcare providers, early learning providers, healthcare providers, public health researchers from Georgia State. We had the privilege of working with a couple of master's students of public health that both helped us with our public health analysis and helped us engage the community. Churches, mosques. So we really work to embed ourselves in these trusted community networks that are really all working towards the same goals: a healthy community, a happy community, and a connected community. And so through these networks, we were able to recruit a group of community engagement ambassadors. So these were active community members that represented Clarkston's 10 most spoken languages. We kind of added languages piece by piece as we figured out, like, oh, we missed this group, we missed that group. And so we were actually able to compensate this group. We set aside a fee from our budget at the outset to pay community members a fair market rate to help us translate feedback materials, meeting notices, interpret for us at events, and to spread the word and invite their friends and networks. And so all of these project materials and feedback activities were duplicated on our interactive website to just ensure that folks that maybe didn't have a chance to come in person still got the opportunity several weeks after the event to leave their feedback. And then finally, just given the sheer volume of cultural diversity, our team really had to be like strategic, tactical, and nimble when finding the myriad opportunities to engage. Next slide, please. And so just a high level overview of our approach. So we leveraged our ambassador group to translate, interpret, and share opportunities to participate. We convened a project advisory group of city and community stakeholders. We hosted a mixture of, so we tagged along. We did not have any standalone meetings per se for this project, but we targeted specific large-scale community events and then more targeted cultural, maybe more community-specific events. And then throughout the process, we gave the community opportunities to share their experience living and getting around Clarkston in our Walk With Us storytelling campaign. Next slide, please. And another way that we worked to get around the language barriers, also recognizing that while people may speak any number of 50+ languages, they might not read in that language. So we really relied on a graphics campaign to convey ideas. Our team hired a graphic designer to create imagery that was both that's reflective of the community and that also embraces the diversity of the community, and kind of icons and graphics that explain the ins and outs of greenways, more or less. Next slide, please. And this is just a snapshot of most of our community engagement ambassador team. So we were really intentional about planning to fairly compensate them from the outset. And that really went a long way to establishing relationships and building trust. Next slide, please. And this is just an example of a little bit of our feedback activities at one of the large community events. This was the Refuge Coffee Race Around the World 5K event and fun run. Maybe 400-ish, 500 people gathered in the market square, the downtown area of Clarkston, a couple hours before the race and then a couple hours after the race. And Sarah and her team, I'd love to take credit for their awesome graphics. But this is just an example of easy to read, graphic focused, bright colors, inviting displays and things like that were very helpful. Next slide, please. And this is just an example of some of the translations. I think this is a goal prioritization exercise. And one little interesting like bonus data point that we got, folks were kind of, we kind of intended folks to leave their dots in those gray boxes. But you can see that folks voted right next to their language. So we were able to see, oh, which languages are represented, which are not. Yeah, and so about half of the feedback we received at this community celebration, which was a it was a storytelling festival for children. About half the feedback was not in English. And this is a little example of this is our kind of storytelling activity. We invited folks to tell us what they love about their community, and also where the challenges are. And we duplicated on the left, this is our social pinpoint online engagement platform that lets folks participate online, leave comments. They could even upload photos and interact with other people's comments. And yeah, so this is just a quick snapshot of Clarkston. It's a pretty, there are 50 plus languages spoken, but there's under 15,000 people. And you can really see that the mode split is reflective of the fact that lots of people don't have access to cars. So they're carpooling, taking MARTA, walking or biking, much more so than in the greater Atlanta region. And so we also created a journey mapping exercise to understand the challenges of getting around the city, as well as how people would prefer to get around. You can see that there is a pretty big difference of how people get around and how they want to get around. So that was some helpful graphics to show the importance of greenways. We also had a kind of a cool visual goal setting exercise, goal prioritization exercise, I'm sorry, that let folks kind of build out a bar graph in real time. I think we might have that photo on a different slide. But just to be as open as possible and so folks can see their feedback being kind of logged in real time. I thought that was a cool exercise. And we also really tried to, so those goals, that's I think where we really got our most valuable feedback. We really solicited the community's feedback on which of these goals to prioritize. And then from there, Sarah will talk a little bit about our analytical goal matrix that we assign different weights to. And the last thing that I'll kind of mention about engagement is our Walk With Us storytelling project. So we compiled clips throughout the process and posted kind of 30-second snippets of folks just saying what they love about their community, or maybe what they'd like to see, or what are some of the challenges of getting around. And that culminated in a kind of a larger video that we released at our final public event that told the story of the Greenway from the perspective of the Clarkston community. And it's a really cool video. And again, Sarah and her team did all of the technical video stuff. But the purpose of the video was both to generate excitement for the Greenway and also to serve as a marketing tool for the city to present, to go after different funding sources. And I was just kidding about that being the last thing. This is just a snapshot of the culmination of our community engagement ambassadors' work. Was a translation of the executive summary of the report, which is about 10 pages. And I think we broke it down like one page for each language that it was translated into. But it was translated into all 10 languages. And so I'm going to turn it over to Sarah to dig a little more into the place and the technical analysis.
Thank you. And you can go to thanks. So I won't go through all of our maps. We had a lot more maps than these 4, but just wanted to show you some of the things that we analyzed. And we continued to add to our analysis if we heard something was important from the project advisory group or the ambassadors or the public. But we looked at a lot of demographic indicators and then also the typical planning indicators of what's here, what's the zoning, how well are things connected. And we tried to find, the intersect of a lot of these goals with our analysis. So we ended up with 4 goals. It's the images that Ed was talking about. We had a lot of different categories within them that people could vote on. And then we ended up adding all of that together and then collapsing. I think we originally had 6 categories down to 4 with the overarching goal of public health, just because we heard that that was very important to people. So within our metrics for all of these goals, public health comes up. So goal number 1, it is a greenway, so connectivity is kind of the main point, but then also access to parks and nature, thinking about equity and resilience, and then cost and feasibility to get different segments done. And so we broke all of the trails into different segments that directly connected to each other or streets or parks so that they could be realistic pieces of the trail to build, and then ranked everything for each segment on metrics related to these goals. Next one. So these are the metrics. You can see that we have 8 for connectivity. We had 8 for parks and nature, 4 for equity and resilience, and then another 7 for cost and feasibility. So all of them had something to do with public health in here, but when it came to connectivity, for example, if people are taking MARTA, we wanted to make sure that the trail got them to a street that connected to a MARTA stop. And so something ranked higher if they were within a quarter mile or within a half mile and it was a direct route. And with cost and feasibility, is the right-of-way acquisition required? So that, can slow down the process for implementation. And also how many agencies do you need to coordinate with in order to make something happen? So if it was a lot of agencies or a lot of property owners, it got lower scores because it's going to slow down the process. So this is the result of our first run of the matrix. You can see that the ones in dark green along the streets scored the highest, and that's just because of those connections that they provide, and they're on things that are already built. And then the ones along the creek, which run they also scored relatively high. And that's just because it runs through the middle of the community and it's actually surrounded by a lot of apartment complexes. So it can reach the most people. Next slide. Oh, is it duplicated? Yeah, can we? Okay, there we go. We can go back one. Can we go back one? There we go. Okay, so after we went through that first run, we shared this preliminary route with the community and showed them what it could look like in typical sections, asked them specific questions about each of the segments. And then next slide, please. We ended up having everything that was originally on the map. So this just became a lot more detailed. Our subconsultant Trail Connection went out with the city and did multiple site visits, walking through all the wooded areas to determine, the feasibility on topography. Could we connect into the apartment complex? Is there a, segment of the drive that could reach the creek? How many bridges do we need? That kind of thing. So we ended up with the whole network as originally shown in the RFP, but then the way we prioritized it was through phasing from the goals that we gained from the community. And so this is just one angle. This looks northeast along the creek and one of the apartment complexes. And this is what it looks like today. You can see that there's a lot of kudzu and things that would need to be cleaned up around the creek. And we can go to the next one. And so this image shows what it could look like with the Clarkston Greenway running along, maybe some stream bank remediation, environmental cleanup, get some more trees in there and some boardwalk connections. And then this is Montreal Road. There's a wildlife sanctuary to the east, about a half mile, which is right in this image. And the creek is underneath that bridge. And this is what it could look like in the future. Maybe there's a trailhead here, this trail running over to the wildlife sanctuary. And that trail that runs to the east is actually what came out as phase one. We looked at opportunities for green space, particularly on properties the city already owns, so that those could be quick wins. Next slide, please. And then phase one connects from Montreal Road because that's a key corridor. It's a little less than a mile, but it connects directly into multiple apartment complexes with different trail spurs. And then it also connects to the Friendship Forest Wildlife Sanctuary that I mentioned, which has a trail within it that comes down to Ponce. So it provides a number of direct connections to people living in that area that they currently have to do pretty circuitous routes to get down to Ponce de Leon for MARTA access or any other major places. And Ed, is this you? Or do you want me to do it? Yeah, okay. So I'll talk about some of our key takeaways. Before I get into the engagement, one thing I wanted to note about the city of Clarkston, they were very proactive in putting this phase one in the SPLOST. So the next iteration of the SPLOST funding was coming up midway through. We didn't have any recommendations at that point, but we had enough information at the time to be able to say phase one needs to be in the SPLOST. So now the city is putting out an RFP for the engineering drawings and right-of-way acquisition for phase one. And that was, part of the motion when the plan was adopted was to say, we're activating the funds and doing that. So I thought that was a good forward-thinking way of getting things done. And then from engagement, we learned a lot of things. But one thing that we did is before we designed our entire engagement strategy, we met with community leaders that the city recommended and uncovered that there are already a lot of networks and a lot of people working to connect with people. So we made sure to connect with those individuals, bring them on as ambassadors, have them on our advisory group so that we're not reinventing the wheel. That covers the second bullet there. The other thing is we compensated our ambassadors. When we proposed on the project, we already set aside the budget in order to do that. And the city also inflated the LCI budget a bit because they knew it needed to have that kind of engagement with it. So they provided more than the 20% match to ARC. And I think we can go, no worries. We can listen. This is one of our videos. We can listen to Patrick. He's more fun than me anyways, so.
Clarkston is like living everywhere in the world because you can meet people from almost everywhere in the world. You have these very nice restaurants where you can eat everywhere again. And people are very welcoming, very nice. So you can meet someone at a coffee shop. So within 5 minutes, it's gonna be like we have known each other for what, 5 years? This sense of community, this sense of belonging in Clarkston, that's really the thing I like about what they say. We're gonna keep that and nurture that sense of community for long time.
So he was one of our ambassadors. He could speak both French and Swahili, and so he was very instrumental in making sure we talked with people at our meetings. And that's the bar chart Ed was talking about. You can see we had a lot of different goals here, and then people could vote individually on each of those. So we can answer any questions. The planning process took about 16 months. And then the implementation, that's just when the money can be available, but they are starting on that this year. We had the first few phases probably in the next 5 to 10 years, and then we had phases 4, 5, and 6, which were broader connections probably after that. I think it's like 8 miles total worth of trails, so it'll take some time. Yeah, that first mile, that's what is going into engineering right now. And so that'll also involve property owners in the community through the process. Yeah.
Yeah, we wanted to hear what they did to see how we could steal any of the ideas for our upcoming comprehensive plan. So if you know anything you heard or saw on here is something that we want to implement, we want to try to do that. So thank you so much for coming and talking to us. All right, so this presentation is going to be short. So we're going to be like 8-ish minutes to talk about arts and culture in comprehensive planning. Andrew mentioned that a little bit in his presentation, and Laquita went through a program with the Atlanta Regional Commission, and we actually have one of the artists here with us, so it's very exciting. So we'll just, she'll go through it. All
right, thank you, Michelle, for the nice introduction, and I promise we'll be quick. All right, so let's pull up something. Okay, sorry. All right, so yeah, unfortunately, one of our presenters, Antima Jorky, she's with the ARC's Community Engagement Division and couldn't be with us today because she's unwell. So a lot of these slides are from ARC. So I'm not going to speak for them or on them, but I just wanted to mention that this was a way of fostering artists being the center of community engagement. And when it comes to planning initiatives, go to the next slide. So the program brought together a wide range of sectors while also, like I said, keeping artists in the center. We work with the Village Skate Park, which are these ladies here, and members of the Connect, exploring mobility and justice in skate parks. So the ARC CCD initiative, which stands for Community and Culture, Culture and Community Design. The program focuses on making arts and culture a key part of inclusive and equitable planning across the Metro Atlanta. It's a 7-month program where we met weekly collaborating with community organizations that serve underrepresented communities, local officials like myself, and creatives like Gavin. We design projects and planning initiatives centered on arts and culture. And just like the start of any planning initiative, we start with learning about ourselves, our community that we serve. And here are some examples of that. So in the 2 images to my left, you'll see moments in our first meeting where we took time to learn about ourselves and the people that we are with. And so on a long piece of paper, we're broken down into decades, and we each wrote something significant from our lives, focusing on culture and community. And so afterwards, we had thoughtful conversations and discussions about what we shared and how we learned about each other. So I'm going to let Gavin speak a little bit more about his experience with the CCD program and, more about his connection with city planning.
Hi, everyone. Okay, so I'm a artist, designer, and educator. And with CCD, my role was as an artist to really, sorry, go back. Can you go back a couple? Perfect, thank you. So one of the projects was with the skate park, and we found out that their main focus was wayfinding because no one could find the business. It was located on a old factory, and it was the building was actually set back from the road, so people didn't really know how to enter it. So wayfinding was their main focus. So we were able to use scrap materials from the skate park to actually build wayfinding signage. You can go to the next. This was from the Connect. which is a arts organization, and also actually they do multiple things. They had within their establishment a coffee shop. It was also a like co-working space, and the fact that they were doing so many things within the community, the entry point for us going in was like, okay, how can we help? And I guess what we learned from that process was try not to say that you can deliver a lot if you can't. So it's like these small significant changes which made a lot difference to them. You can go to next. This was a presentation day at the end of a Connect. You can go on group photo. Okay, you can go to the next. So what I'll do is just talk a little bit about my practice and like how I've been working in Atlanta through the last 15, 20 years. So I started off as an interior designer, and I actually, while I was doing interior design, I was working at a coffee shop. And the beautiful part I realized that actually informed my practice is how much that coffee shop meant to the community. The regulars who came in, you knew them by name, you knew their order before they even came to the door. And this is not the coffee shop I worked at, but a couple of my coworkers actually went on to create their own coffee shops. And I ended up doing the design for it. So this is Spiller Park, which is located, I think they have 4 or 5 locations now. And I just thought that was a good growth to be like, okay, you work within this industry, but then you see how those workers actually become the next business owners. So within my design practice, I work with a couple of different organizations. I work with small businesses, I work with arts organizations, developers, and municipalities. So this was Pittsburgh Yards, which is a development on the west side of Atlanta. I actually did the interior design for that. And as I was doing the interior design, I realized how much art focus was a prominent feature of that, because the community really wanted to make sure that they were represented within the design of the building. It was actually a 5-year process before we even broke ground of constant weekly, monthly meetings, meeting with the community to understand what kind of vision they wanted for its development before we even started. One of the main focuses I'll say is the black and white photos with the red touches was something that came from those meetings where they wanted a visual representation of themselves, even though the neighborhood is quite diverse. There's a lot of older residents and new residents coming in. So we had a photographer come in. We created a house structure. And throughout the course of 6 months, we would have that house structure placed within different parts of the neighborhood where community members could come in with their families and have photographs taken. And then we blew it up and we did this whole wheat pasting. So once they come in, they not only see themselves, but they see other members of the community, which they didn't even know was part of it. So it was more of a buy-in for them to understand that they are part of that community. Next slide. Okay, so with some of the nonprofits I worked with, this is actually Krog Market, in between it being transformed from Tyler Perry Studio into Krog Market. So a lot of times artists have access to these spaces when they're in that like intermediate zone of not really being occupied. This was for a fundraising gala for Community Farmers Market and another nonprofit, which was Wonderroot, which is no longer existing. So I created the design and art installation for that. We actually partnered with the Beltline because at that same time they were cutting the area for Piedmont Park, which had a lot of bamboo. And I needed a material to use for the installation and thinking of like, what natural material can we use? At first I was thinking kudzu, but no one really likes kudzu, but people love bamboo. So that became one of the design elements that was used throughout. You can go into the next slide. Thank you. So in the main hallway, we created like this atrium with a bamboo. The leaves were used as a canopy in the main area, and then also bringing in different artists to fill the space and just create that ambiance. You can go into the next slide. Thank you. That's some more from that event. You can go on to the next. So this is Atlanta Beltline. This was kind of my first installation I did working with the Beltline. It's the Ponce Bridge, Ponce Market Bridge. And some of the things I think about when I'm activating the space is aesthetic, patina, and story. Aesthetics just because of the natural beauty, especially when you're doing community art. It's less about my own vision, but how is this going to fit within a community, and what are they going to get out of it that they'll be able to engage with. You can go on to the next slide. So that practice kind of grew and transformed, and now I'm kind of doing these installations all over. So I'm using the natural built environment that I'm given and weaving design and just different methods into that. So that's one use of like how I try to work with whatever's existing within the space, and then adding these art touches to it. Actually, can you go to the next slide? We'll come back to that one. This one was a art installation done in Oakland Cemetery. Another material I like to use is PVC, but really using PVC as a way, as an entry point into thinking about like art design and like organic form. So I usually heat up the PVC, mold it to the tree to capture that like organic feel. For this project, the tree that I used was actually killed by ivy. So I'm kind of recreating that feel of like the tree being completely like submerged and like taken over by the ivy. If you go back one. Thank you. So from that, I really love the idea of like this natural form using PVC, which is a not natural form, and to create like art using negative space. So this was also at the Go From Art Center. What I wanted to achieve with this is not just to create this organic form, but along the sides of the building, they started growing ivy, which is going to go up and it's going to take over the building. But I wanted to kind of create, which is really structured the way they have the ivy growing along the facade of the building. So I wanted to kind of introduce back into it this organic form using a not organic material. It's the same color because I kind of wanted it to not really stand out. And hopefully as time goes on and the ivy takes over it, then it's like this natural form gets taken over by the ivy, which itself is a natural form. You can go on to the next slide. Thank you. Okay, so this is a project I did with Brookhaven, which was for their first international festival. The RFP was really thinking about how do you represent the community. So Brookhaven is a very colorful community, even within the building structures. There's a lot of murals, or the buildings are like painted in all different colors, which even from a distance, you can really recognize them. So I really wanted to play with color. So I did two things. I went around and just took photos of existing buildings. So new construction, apartment complexes, shopping centers. Using those photos, I made a vector file, and we ended up doing, I made a vector file out of the images, and then using like 3 primary colors to like layer it and like make like images of those vector files. Then using those, putting them into the light post to make kind of like light boxes. It's a small touch, but the thing I love about art, especially in community spaces, is you might not notice it the first time, but along multiple passes, you notice little things. And it's different ways of engaging with your community or with your area that you might not. As you guys talk about creating pathways and this way of like the community moving through, I'm trying to think of how to get them to stop and notice something that wasn't there or that they didn't see the first time that might create a story. So I'm constantly thinking about the stories that we don't just tell each other, but we might tell our friends, or the stories that really define your community and neighborhood. This was a really quick turnaround time for a project. I think it was 8 weeks total from doing the RFP to discussing with the council on like changes to the design. I was still able to knock it out within budget, but what it told me with this project and the other projects, and even working with ARC, is having artists at the beginning stage sometimes helps with thinking about these things in a different way. So even as we're thinking about the full development of a walking path, what are these small little touches that we can be thinking about from the beginning, and it makes it a little bit easier to implement, instead of like artists coming in on the tail end and like trying to shoehorn a thing in. I think that's it. I think, yes.
I wanted to say one more thing really quick. It's very important. Like, so as we've been hearing all day from DCA and ARC to involve artists into the planning processes. And as Gavin just said, from the very beginning, when we start thinking about it. So I want to thank you, Gavin, the creative, for coming and letting us know how you incorporate your art with community planning and comprehensive planning. So thanks.
I just wanted to look at this one a little bit more. It's a chain link fence, right? And then you put art on it and it's completely transformed, right? So anyway, things to think about. We heard about design guidelines earlier today, and we talked about having art in comprehensive planning. So all things, to think about, right, as we move forward. We're gonna go ahead and do our lunch now because it's here. And then we'll just restructure some of our presentations afterwards. Thank you so much, Gavin. Thank you so much. go ahead and still continue eating, no problem. The mayor is here, Mayor Rusty Paul is here, and he will get started while you continue to eat. And he doesn't have a formal presentation. And so he'll just talk to you and you're able to ask questions of whatever you want. Okay. Greeting everybody. So as soon as the mayor greets everyone, he'll be up here. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Well, thank you.
I know, just whenever.
Yeah. Well, I can't take too much time. Unfortunately, I have a funeral at 2:00, so that's the reason I'm starting a little bit early. I think most of you know, or many of you know, Pam Rosenthal. Her mom, Linda Walker, died, and the funeral's at 2:00. And Pam's on our hospitality board, so I'm going to go over there and represent the city and the hospitality board on that. How many times have most of you people heard me give this speech? I know I've done it every year for like 11 years now. It's always been different because I'm not sure what I'm going to say either. But I know I'm always supposed to talk about how you run a meeting, but you folks have been running meetings so long, that seems superfluous to me to tell you how to run a meeting. I do want to start by saying, I want to thank you all for your service, for what you do for our city without pay and sometimes without gratitude. In fact, sometimes the opposite of gratitude comes into play.
But it's both the Board of Appeals and the Planning Commission play very, very important roles in the community. You're the eyes and ears and really the value system, the judgment, the things that are important. You represent our community in these very important decisions. I mean, we elected officials do too, but you're the filter that's supposed to represent the mass of people in this community as the unbiased, nonpartisan, objective observers about what we want to be doing and the kinds of development that we want to see in our community. And we all bring different skills, different viewpoints, different value systems to the process. But when you meld all that together, both these boards are pretty representative of our city and the people who live here. And you know very much what their aspirations for their community is. I get stopped a lot saying, we love Sandy Springs. I love living here. We love what you folks are doing. And sometimes they'll make it personal. We love what you're doing for our city. They don't, and I know I'm the face of it, but you're the folks behind me. Well, I'm the face of it. You're the folks that are out there helping us make sure that the things that get done in this community, particularly from a developmental point of view, are in line with our community values and our community goals and objectives. Some of you have been involved and engaged in the community longer than we've been a city. Some of you I know go back before we became a city and remember when we kind of had to do a lot of things ourselves with volunteers. And we had things like Heritage Sandy Springs. We had Sandy Springs, the John Cheeks headed up. Revitalization, Sandy Springs revitalization. And we had leadership. We had, the business council. We had a lot of organizations that kind of created a quasi-governmental network in our community to provide services and do the things that we couldn't get Fulton County to do. And that was when Eve and I talked about this several years ago, clearly. One of the aspirations was to keep the volunteerism going, not lose that sense of community that came from these various organizations and working together to create the community that really exists today. And I guess my greatest disappointment is we have lost some of that. Heritage is no longer here. Leadership is no longer here. We've had to create our own leadership organization to keep Sandy Springs. We're the second largest city in Metro Atlanta, the sixth largest city in the state, and I'm not willing to give up our identity for some of these things. Same way with the chamber. We're going to try and work and make that happen, and so we are losing some of that identity, some of that volunteer spirit that was Sandy Springs specific. But you represent that. So we really appreciate what you're doing, the amount of time you put into it, and the service that you provide. I know some of you sometimes get frustrated that you put all this work into it and then the council goes a different direction, which is their prerogative, but after all, they're the ones who have to go face the voters at election time, and we'll all be doing that again this fall. I don't want to spend a lot of time boring you with a lot of rhetoric. I'd rather just kind of engage you in some dialogue about, what are some of the things you're interested in, concerned about, issues that maybe council and I need to know about that we may not know about. I'll give you a quick overview. We're still working to try and develop what I call City Springs 2.0. We've been working with one developer for quite a while, and we've put that on the pause button while we look at some different options for the space over there. The markets right now are still tight. I talked to folks in the development world, and I said, "Has the money started flowing yet?" And they said, No. I had talked to a couple of developers I said, this is probably Wednesday, and said, have the banks loosened up yet? Any money flowing? No. We can get some money for multifamily apartments, but that's about all. And that's one of the reasons why we're still seeing a lot of nothing really but proposals around multifamily development, because office, even though now Chris tells me that King and Queen building are, one's pretty much leased up and the other one's about 60% plus. The office market is beginning to come back a little bit, but not to the point where banks are willing to lend on it. Retail, everybody thought that Amazon would be the death knell of brick and mortar retail, but we have over 95% of our retail space is leased right now. And it's maybe not always the kind of retail we'd like to have, but it's also a reflection of the infrastructure we have, the strip malls and so on. And we're hoping things will free up a little bit so we can start some redevelopment. There are a number of projects that are on the drawing boards as soon as the money starts coming available. You've got Jamestown has I think an interesting proposal on here upside of 285 up on the north end, Streams project up there. Great plan. Chris is working with some projects in the perimeter market. And we've talked a lot, the perimeter market is one of the major job producers. It's not only Sandy Springs major job producer in Dunwoody's, it's really one of the top employment markets in the entire metro area, but it's old. I mean, it's old. All those buildings over there are coming up on 50 years. And one of the things that everybody's in agreement on is we need a refresh. The expectations today of what people want in a working environment is much different than it used to be. Particularly these younger employees, these real smart, technologically oriented, I call them kids. They're my kids' age, and they want a little bit different working environment than many of us experienced when we were working in offices. And so we have to try and keep up with expectations. These young folks, they want to come in, maybe not at 8 o'clock in the morning. Some of them don't want to come in at all, but the employers are beginning to insist that they start showing up. So that's changing a little bit. But they want to be able to walk to lunch. And in that market, in that area over there, not a lot of places that you can easily walk to go grab lunch. Same way after work. They're not ready to jump in their car and head home like I always was. They want to go be able to walk someplace and meet all their friends and just kind of hang out for a little bit, let the traffic dissipate. And the perimeter market right now is not conducive to that. You've got a lot of land over there that could be adapted to those kinds of things. We've got I'm sure they'll brief you on the small area plan we've got going on in the perimeter market, but that's something we're going to have to put some emphasis on in the next couple of 3 years to try and work with the perimeter community improvement district and the building owners over there to see if we can do a refresh. It's still I'm not saying that it's a problem area. It's really not. I mean, just look, we've in the last 6 months, we've got Newell Rubbermaid has decided to stay. Veritev has just re-upped their lease for their building. Asbury, the big automotive company, is taking over the old Newell space. So it's still a very popular place for corporate relocations and expansions. But we need to look ahead. It's hard for me to imagine that we have already consumed 25% of the 21st century. I was hired on Y2. You remember Y2K? The world was going to come to an end. That was 25 years ago. So, the calendar keeps flipping and flips a little bit faster, seemingly every day. So we've got to take a look at what the next 25 years of this community is going to look like. And that's some of the things that we're working on, planning on, trying to figure out. And with your help and input, You know, we're going to try and keep this the most vital place. It's, you know, we get these lists, you know, that we're the fourth best place for millennials in the United States. And Jan and I had dinner at the Select the other night sitting outside, and I always kind of doubted that until I saw all those young people walking around coming out of the apartments over there. And I said, yeah, we do have a lot of millennials that are here. It's also the 16th best place in America to retire. We got a whole laundry list of, I mean, when the national media looks and says, you know, that you're one of the best in the country at whatever category it is, it's one of those, we're one of the safest cities in America. Those are great things that we should be proud of, and we want to continue to keep going. And you're a key part of making sure that, because it comes down to, in the end, about the quality of life. That's what people are looking for. Can I, you know, am I going to have a safe place to live? Am I going to have a great place to work? Am I going to have a kind of community and school system where I can raise my kids and establish my roots and continue to enjoy my life? And the expectations of quality of life are changing. We have to be able to change and keep up with that as well. So those are some of the things that are on my plate that I spend. Some people say, well, what keeps you awake at night? Those are the things that I think about when I wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning and can't go back to sleep. How are we dealing with this? How are we doing? Are we really, you know, because the great thing that we need to keep in mind, and I'll close with this and then start engaging in dialogue as I promised probably 15 minutes ago. One of the things that we need to keep in mind, the decisions that you make, the decisions that we make, these are 50-year decisions. These are not short-term decisions that have an impact just, you know, for a few months or even just a few years. A lot of the things that we do and a lot of the things you do really have 50 plus years of life. These decisions will be hanging around long after all of us are gone. And that's the reason I tell people, you know, when they ask me about things about the city and how I make decisions, I say, well, I care about what you think. I really genuinely care about what you think and what you want for your community, because you're invested in here today. But let me tell you what I'm more interested in, what I'm more concerned about, is what our kids and grandkids looking back 25 and 50 years are going to say about the decisions that we made. So we need to make sure we're not making lighthearted, off-the-cuff kind of decisions. And I'm not saying you do that or even council does it. I just want to remind us, these are the long-term impacts of the decisions that we make every day when it comes to development. So I'll just close by saying thank you for donating your time, your life, and your interest in your community. We can't operate this place without it. So thank you very much. And I'll take a few minutes of any questions that you have. Comments? Yeah, Reed.
As we look at the future, you look at these big decisions, talking about 2.0. And I don't want to limit you to a number, but you're looking to provide leadership for those. What are maybe the top 3 or agenda items?
Well, first will be this. I mean, we've worked on it for, you know, almost 2 years. We've been accumulating the land. We've been working with Regents Partners, and they've been a great team to work with. But the numbers just haven't penciled out because of the cost of, I mean, right now, and we're clearly in a period of much greater uncertainty than even we were before. We don't know what tariffs are going to do with steel and lumber and all the other building materials. I mean, we get most of our lumber for, you know, we grow a lot of trees in Georgia and Alabama and Mississippi and South Carolina, but it's not saw timber. It's pulpwood. Mainly, we do have some, but not that much. Most of our saw timber comes from the Pacific Northwest, Washington, Oregon, and then in Canada. The tariffs are going to have an impact on the cost of construction. This is not a political statement. This is an economic statement. The impact of steel and aluminum, adding 25% to the cost of those two materials is going to have an impact on material costs and supply chain. you know, that will reverberate for a while. And the one thing I do know is in an era of uncertainty, most of the smart money just sits and waits to see what the implications are. The worst thing for anybody in the business world is uncertainty or being unable to calculate the risks. And right now we're in a period where calculating the risk are a little challenging. So we were hoping that it would be, you know, survive 24 and thrive in 25. But as a result of the economic changes that are going on right now, and this is it's a global issue, it's not just Canada and Mexico. This is going to be something that's going to have to shake out for several months before we know what the impact on the costs of construction, materials particularly, are going to be. So we're all a little frustrated that we've been sitting here for about 2 years with not a lot going on. We've got a lot of redevelopment that needs to be done. So that's goal one, is trying to get through this period of uncertainty and be prepared to be the first out in the marketplace when things do free up. Have our plans in place, have our development teams in place, be ready to go the second things get into a favorable condition. But I can't tell you when that's going to be. So that's number one. Secondly, we want to finish up. We want to quit making Andy Porter's life miserable out here in the middle of Mount Vernon Highway, get that project finished, and then we'll start aggravating somebody over on Hammond Drive. Those are a couple of big transportation projects in this city that I'd like to be able to finish and make sure, because they're transformational from a mobility point of view, but they're very disruptive. When you're trying to go back and retrofit roads and streets into a mature community, you know, we've got, and it's not just Andy's building over here. We got people who live here, and they live in the middle of, you know, it looks like it's something from Dante's Inferno in front of their house. And they've been very patient so far. I mean, they ask questions, when's this going to get finished? And I say, well, about a year from now, we'll be totally done, and you're going to love it when we get it done. But we need to finish those things. I've just been elected as the chairman of the Metro Atlanta Mayors Association, which is a very important job. There's 75 cities in the metro area, and I've been elected by my peers to kind of lead that organization for the next couple of years. I'm very active with the Georgia Municipal Association. I'm chairing the Transportation Committee, and I'm on the Atlanta Regional Commission. All those jobs give me an opportunity to have impact on not only the policies that are coming that we have to operate under, but also the money. ARC, most of our transportation money comes through the Atlanta Regional Commission, being on the board there and on the Transportation Air Quality Committee, where all the transportation improvement projects come through to be approved. Those are key roles. So, you know, I really am privileged to be able to be in that position to help our community get access. I was talking to Chris Owens yesterday. We've got some of our trail systems that, you know, these things are getting very expensive to build. And we've got our lead on some money that I think would fill one of the key gaps. We've been working on that. And I'm feeling not 100% confident, but I'm feeling much better that we'll be able to get the gap money that we need for Path 400 to get some of these things done. And to be able to do that, I'm going to need to be in place for a little bit longer. So that's one of the reasons that I chose to run again, because I'm in a position to help the community get those resources. So those are the kinds of things that I'm focused on trying to finish up and get some of these projects going. Jamestown's got a great plan. You know, it's not 100% what I like, but, you know, we've got an aging shopping center down there that needs a refresh. All these projects that are coming down the pike, some that Chris has done, and Chris has done a phenomenal job since he's been on board, helping us begin to explore new options and opportunities for development. You know, so I'm excited about the opportunity. We're just in this period right now where the banks can't lend and the overall economic environment is a little unsettled. Hopefully in the next 6 to 8 months, that'll settle out and we'll be able to kick some of these things off. Yeah. We're going to be in court in April. We have a hearing. In fact, the very first hearing in our brand new courthouse up here at Morgan Falls is going to be the city of Atlanta, the city of Sandy Springs versus the city of Atlanta on water issues. I can't wait. It's, pardon? April something. It's on my calendar. Oh, of course I'm showing up. Of course. Oh yeah, it's a public hearing. I mean, it's like all courtrooms, it's open to the public. And so I'll say this, that the attitude of the city of Atlanta has improved markedly. That's one of the reasons why we are finally getting to court. Andre Dickens told me himself he wants to get this resolved. They're up until now, up until the last 12 months, it has been delay, slow things down, make it difficult. Their attitudes changed. I think they genuinely want to get some resolution. I think that just the politics right now is such that it's going to take a court decision one way or another to get it resolved. Whatever happens in the hearing that comes in April, it's going to get appealed. It'll go all the way to the state Supreme Court. But we are now finally, we started a suit before we became a city. Tibby and Eva had a suit against the city of Atlanta on water back before we became a city. So this has been going on for 25, 30 years to try and resolve this water situation. And I am hopeful. That the law is on our side. The city attorney and all of our experts say, yeah. And to some degree, I wouldn't say that Atlanta has admitted that, but they've kind of acknowledged that the current situation is untenable. So I think we're moving toward a solution. Whether it's going to get done in the next 9-10 months, probably no. But I think that this hearing and the ruling by the judge, we have a special master, is a former Cobb County Superior Court judge, Tane Kell. I've known Tane Kell. He's a very fair individual, and he's going to look at the facts. And I think when he looks at the facts, he'll acknowledge that Sandy Springs should either take control of that system or have a negotiated settlement that gives us much more impact and control over the operation of it. I'm not chomping at the bit to take over a water system. But if we have to, we will. So I'm hoping, truthfully, the best outcome is working out a fair arrangement with the city of Atlanta to continue to buy water from them at the rate that it costs to deliver the water. And we have demonstrated it is cheaper for Atlanta to serve us water than it is for Atlanta to serve their own customers water. And the reason is the water comes from Johns Creek. It comes through here first before it gets to Atlanta for most of the northern part of the city of Atlanta. So we have a very small area around the hospitals that are served by the Hemphill facility, but everything else is served from that. So it costs less to serve us. And so these surcharges and so on that we've been paying for really since the 1950s are not justifiable. And I think we'll at least get to that and have some agreement about the maintenance of it. One of my biggest nightmares is Reed asked me what, I'm focused on, is a catastrophic water failure that leaves our hospitals without water for days or weeks at a time. And that's an untenable situation. And there has been nothing reinvested in our water system other than repairs. And those sometimes take a while. Nothing but repairs. Been no upgrades. And we've got areas with too much pressure. We got areas with too little pressure. And but the best outcome is we get an agreement with Atlanta that fixes those problems and charges us for water what it really costs to deliver it here. If we can't do that, then I'm willing to take over the system and we'll run it ourselves. We got enough revenue to come off of it. We can operate it, upgrade it, and still cut the rates that you're paying today. So we'll see how it turns out. Andy. Yeah. Well, I've worked, I and all of council, I mean, all 7 of us have been fighting with the school system. I've worked with Dina Holiday Ingram, who's the mayor of East Point, because they closed Park Lane School down there simultaneously with Spalding Drive Elementary. It didn't make sense to me to close one of your highest performing elementary schools. You know, I mean, okay, the building's a little old. That's why we tax ourselves with a knee splost, to put money into the capital to keep these buildings current. And for some reason or other, I said this to Mike Looney. Dina and I met with Superintendent Looney in my office just pretty soon after all this came to the forefront. You know, he's very, very willing to meet. He's very willing to listen. He hasn't been very willing to change anything. The parents are meeting with him again this week. They're working on a charter system. We've been working with the State Charter Commission. They're excited about the opportunity. There's a bill coming through the legislature right now. It's I think it was in the House Education Committee yesterday, Senate Bill 82, I believe is the number, that will make it easier for parents like those at Spalding Drive Elementary to be able to create a charter school and be able to keep the school. You know, we talked a little bit about eminent domain. You know, we can't even eminent domain the school because our eminent powers of eminent domain do not extend to another governmental entity. So we have very little leverage. Dr. Looney has said they're not abandoning the school. They don't intend to sell it. They're going to repurpose it into some kind of administrative function, as yet undefined. I'm not sure. I mean, if it's, I mean, clearly it's surplus. I don't understand the resistance to giving the parents a chance to come up with a plan that will allow them to save the school, keep it a community school. I'm just not, you know, I'm a little puzzled by some of the attitudes that I've run into. There is a codicil in my will that if I ever run for the school board, Jan can shoot me and not be prosecuted, because I clearly needed to have been put out of my misery. There's nothing more dangerous on this planet than a mother with a cub. And so, you know, I mean, we will all fight to protect our children and get them what they expect. And we'll fight harder for that than just about anything else. Maybe, you know, that's at a level with protecting the property values, but our kids, I think, even rank higher than that. But we're still working. I'm keeping up with the legislation and talking to the parents and trying to provide a little bit of assistance along the way. But truthfully, the leverage that we have is almost non-existent, other than just persuasion and community effort. And we're just going to keep plugging away and see what we can do. Anything else? Well, look, it's always great for me to come down and meet with you and talk. I feel like there's a gulf here. I don't know whether it's the Gulf of Mexico, the Gulf of America, or whatever. There's a gulf here. It's blue. I do enjoy coming down here and talking to you. And I am genuinely sincere when I say thank you for what you do for your community. We can't do what we do without you. I really genuinely appreciate the time and effort you put into it. It's clear when we get your reports and the votes that you've spent a lot of time thinking about these decisions you have to make. And it's you do take it extremely seriously and always do a good job. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We're always grateful to have the mayor come and visit us every year and give us this talk. So we're shuffling our agenda a little bit. So we'll have William, our Assistant City Attorney, talk to us about the decision-making process, but he's also just going to focus on what happens after our decision. Like if something goes to the appeals court, the Superior Court. So that's pretty new. So he'll get into that.
All right. So, yeah, I just want to say, kind of echo the mayor. I usually don't have to say much at your meetings because you guys run them very well. And it's a testament to your chairs and everybody on the board. So if I'm quiet, that's a good thing. So, all right. So as I think it was in another presentation, your decision-making authority, it's comes from the Constitution, that's your home rule powers. And then, of course, the city charter, the ordinance, and the zoning procedures law used to be the act. It's now the law. I don't know why they changed it, but they did. And this is this defines one thing they did when they amended the act with House Bill 1405 is they courts had struggled for years to really differentiate the review process for conditional use permits in particular and zonings. And so in this definition, what the legislature really tried to do was be specific in what constitutes a zoning decision or a legislative decision. And this would be the Planning Commission, where you're making recommendations of these decisions to the board. So this is your basic definition. It's rezonings, conditional use permits, changes of zoning conditions. You're all familiar with that. And one thing to note, that denial or grant of a special use of property, that is special use permit, conditional use permit. They just, courts use that interchangeably. It's the same thing. And then this applies to the Board of Appeals quasi-judicial decisions. And the court defined this, I would say, I don't know if it's clearer than it was, but it gives you something to go by. It really, what's interesting here, it puts conditional use permit in this definition, and then special use is under a zoning condition. So I'll get into that in just a minute. But it's going to be interesting how courts review those decisions, and it all comes down to how they're reviewed. But a quasi-judicial decision is a variance, an appeal of administrative decision. So those all Board of Appeals. With a zoning decision, it's a direct appeal, normally declaratory judgment, challenging the constitutionality of a decision, the ordinance, or whether the decision was made arbitrarily. And as I say, this is a de novo review by the Superior Court. So they take the entire record up from your hearing. And in this review, particularly for zoning decisions, they can bring in other evidence. So you can have expert testimony, that kind of thing. And there is a presumption always in favor of the lower tribunal's decision, and that's only overcome by clear and convincing evidence. So it is a presumption that the other side has to overcome. And this is just the two ways, again, that you challenge a decision, a zoning decision. It's due process and equal protection. This is the standard, really, that you see is from this Gold v. Holcomb Bridge. It's a 1986 case, but it's still what the court uses. And just essentially, does it bear an insubstantial relationship to public health, safety, morality, and welfare? And just a couple of things. Are the existing uses of nearby property? That's what they'll consider. The extent to which values are diminished by the zoning restrictions, destruction of property values, that plays in a little bit. It's really just a balancing test. And one thing I will mention, it's really come up a lot in recent decade, I'd say, is the comprehensive plan. One thing that courts really look to now in evaluating whether or not a decision was arbitrary or is the fact that was the decision made based on the comprehensive plan? That is, if a county or municipality has a comprehensive plan in place, was that followed? And you see that in the Diversified case, Diversified Holdings, that was 2017 case. So that plays in when you get to your staff recommendations. Your staff recommendations generally follow the comprehensive plan and the zoning ordinance. So those are very important. Their suggestions and recommendations are important for that reason. Equal protection, that just, it's equal protection got to be similarly situated, and it must be discriminated against based on that similarity. And this is kind of hard to prove, but in this situation with equal protection, they will look at previous decisions. So previous decisions of the board for similar properties, that's where that comes into play. That's how they'll look at it. And then Board of Appeals, this is where the review is a bit different. The petition for review. So at the same time that the legislature amended the zoning procedures law, they also amended the judicial and administrative review statute. And what's happened, what they did is the writ of certiorari and pretty well everything else like writ of mandamus, these things, you can still use those, but in context of an appeal from a lower tribunal, they have simplified everything into this process of what they call a petition for review. And it's to be liberally construed, that's in the statute. And what it's intended for is to essentially make it easier to appeal decisions from a lower tribunal. I don't know if there's lawyers in here. I don't know if any of you tried to do a writ of cert, but it is a minefield of procedural hurdles. And so that's what the court was intending with this. And they did change, as I'll say, one of the standards is still a presumption, and it's still clearly erroneous and abuse of discretion, but sufficient evidence. And that'll be interesting. Under the writ of cert, it was substantial evidence. So, I mean, it's just a change of wording, but who knows what that's going to indicate, if it's going to be a more lax standard than it used to be. So that'll be interesting to see. And again, the quasi-judicial decision is reviewed on the record. So the record from the lower tribunal, in this case, the Board of Appeals, is brought up in its entirety, and that's it. That is what they review. So there's no outside evidence that can be reviewed, so that the applicant really has to make their entire case at that hearing. Yeah, and this is just a little more about the petition for review. As I say, the writ of cert is repealed. That's just, I think I already said all that. Yeah, this is just a little more bylaws of how the planning commission, same as city council, quorum of 4, meeting has to be advertised anytime you have a quorum. Conflicts of interest always disclosed to the city clerk in writing or announce it at the meeting. And voting, it's just a slightly different than the Board of Appeals, but it's just like the city mayor and city council. Chair doesn't vote in case of it unless there's a tie. And I'll just mention the Open Meetings Act just a little bit here. I don't think I put it in the slide, but yeah, the Open Meetings Act does exclude certain things. Like if you're traveling with with 4 or more members, if you are doing a civic, ceremonial, or social event, but be careful about that. The act is to be liberally construed. So anytime you have 4 or more and you're going to be with them and you might discuss something official, it's always good to just check or make sure, you probably want to advertise it. But as I say, certain things are excluded, but just be aware of it. Board of Appeals, like I say, rules same as city council. Here's the variances, quorum of at least 4. And the only difference really is that the chair has a vote. And then this last part, I'm not really going to go through it too detailed because you all have seen it and it's in the code. But if you can just go through it, like all it is really your your decision-making criteria, which is in section 11. It's on one of the slides. It's in chapter 11 of the Unified of our Development Code. And what I was saying earlier about the compliance with the comp plan, just something to keep in mind when you make recommendations for a decision. Say you want to make a motion to approve or to deny. It's always a good idea to, and you can go to the ones with the criteria. It's always great to list, or you don't have to say the specific number of the statute. I mean, it'd be great if you did, or of the ordinance that you're citing for a reason of your decision. But I would just recommend to you, it's a good idea to cite some of these reasons that are actually in the ordinance for your decision. And if you'll notice, a lot of them match the spirit of that substantial relationship balance. So you're looking at the comp plan, you're looking at, staff's recommendation, you're seeing if it matches surrounding properties. Do the zoning conditions ameliorate the effects of the zoning change for surrounding properties? So that's just something to keep in mind. And especially say, I've been asked, well, what if you want to go against staff recommendation? What if staff recommends, that, we recommend approval, but you want to deny, or vice versa? Well, that's fine. I mean, you have discretion as a board to make that decision. It's just one of the things you may want to do is couch your motion or answer within one of these things. Like, well, I agree with staff, but I don't think that it really comports with the surrounding neighborhood or something like that, So it's always a good idea, because that's what courts will look to when they make these kinds of decisions on appeal. Yeah. Do what now? Oh, yeah. Right. Like I say, no, you don't have to, is the answer. Yeah, it's a good question. It's just that when you have something like this and it goes to the Superior Court or a higher tribunal, they're going to look at staff recommendation. It's one of the things, if you're on the other side, you're the applicant, say you're appealing a decision. And one of the things one of your, just aces is that the staff recommended approval. And staff, I mean, they do a great, they recommend based on the comp plan is what they're supposed to do, and based on the ordinance. But no, I mean, you're appointed, you have discretion to make the decision is yours. And so, no, it's not detrimental to specifically cite the reasons, but it'd be a good idea in the future. Yeah. You guys can ask questions. I'm just hanging out. Yeah.
Same rules apply to planning commission as to city council. And then there was a lot of confusion after the meeting. It wasn't clear whether Rusty or Paul had voted. Sorry, lights on. I'll talk loud. Whether he had actually voted or not. And so in that situation, is the chair required to vote in city council, or does he have the option to not vote?
So you're saying if there is a tie, is the chair required to vote, or do he have the option not to vote?
Which would also make the motion fail. It's just a semantic thing. that's.
Right,
What actually happened there was not clear for the people leaving the meeting.
I see, yeah. I mean, I think it amounts to the same thing, but are you saying is the vote counted? Like,
Yeah, well,
if he
does-
does, if he
If he just
abstains?
decides not to vote, yeah.
So it'd be an abstention.
Yeah.
I mean, if there was a tie and he abstains,
It's the same
then
thing.
it's the same thing. But if there's a tie and he votes, then his vote would go either way.
Either way, yeah, right. And if you
Um,
voted, if you voted no, it, obviously it didn't pass.
Right.
So it's same effect of voting no, but not voting. And my question was just, do you have to vote in that situation or not? 'Cause Robert's rules seems to say you don't have to in a chair situation like that, but and I just asked Reed kind of what his thought was on planning commission. The same
Right.
thing came up. Can you allow a motion to fail by just not voting as
Right.
chair?
Yeah, you know what I'm gonna do on this one? I think I'm gonna plead the fifth because, and I'll be clear about it. That one has a real potential to be appealed. So.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I don't want to put you in a
yeah,
bad spot. Sure.
yeah.
That's a great.
But that's a great question.
Okay.
And if you send it to me or Dan, that is a great question.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate that.
That's right. Correct.
So that's why you do it, right? Ask for legal opinion because you avoid the
That's accurate. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Text or email string?
Text or email string.
Actually, if us five were a group text discussing case,
Yeah.
is that a quorum? You don't think so?
It's not working. Oh, here it is. Well, no, it says meetings and it's pretty clear. It's meetings. Now it can be by Zoom. It can be by, if you're meeting electronically, but a text, I mean, well, I was going to say, if you make a decision, you got to have a vote. That's the thing. It's when you vote on policy. Thanks. Yeah, go ahead. Well, that's what I think.
I was just talking, like, for example, yesterday, I did my typical boneheaded thing and I showed up to the wrong meeting. And I couldn't go in because would have been a quorum. Just to discuss the next week's case. But I see it sometimes where you could get onto an email string or a text string and you have to, I don't know, I always just, if it happens that there gets one too many, I just say, I'm not going to talk.
Yeah, it's got to be I mean, yeah, but the thing I'd say is just if when in doubt, don't do it. Just stay out of it. Yeah. 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 Go ahead.
If there's a possibility something, I just tell our secretary just post it. Because there might be 3, if there's 4, then we're okay because we gave public notice. But you can't just kind of show up without notice. Don't you need 24 hours? Yes. So, yeah, I'm not sure that would. No, I'm just saying.
In this case,
you can't show up like that because then you're violating. But if you know people are meeting and there might be possibilities,
Right.
then if you give the right notice.
In this case, you showed up on the wrong day.
Yeah.
That's all.
Oh.
Well,
Yeah, but that's not really what you're.
And in my defense, Sam had promised snacks during the meeting. And if someone promises me snacks, I'm showing up. That was.
You did all stop talking when you walked in the room. The conversation stopped when you walked in the room.
But no, but there is, like Reed will have all of us on a text, maybe saying, or confirming you're coming tonight. So we have a quorum. So if that was said, if there was a comment about a case, does that become a quorum? And you're saying no. Bill's saying- Bill's saying, be careful.
Yeah. The act is, it's formulating, discussing, anything like that has got to be advertised. So you just got to be careful. Just got to be careful.
All of our photos be pulled in.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Heading to Walmart for a burner phone.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Sorry, William. I have a question. See, a declared emergency, you can't just meet by Zoom.
Unless it's some kind of an emergency.
Well, that's what I thought. But there has to be some kind of a state emergency just to require it to be all Zoom. Or am I wrong about that?
I
I
don't
mean, you
know.
can't have a quorum by Zoom is what I mean, to have a quorum by Zoom.
Oh, it has to be an emergency to have a quorum to meet by Zoom, you say?
That's what I'm asking. I'm not saying that. I'm asking you
I don't,
to have a quorum on Zoom.
I don't think, I mean, you still have to advertise. What, if you're saying, I don't think there has to be, I mean, you can always meet by Zoom. It's just if you have a quorum, you got to advertise. See what I'm saying? I mean, like, if you're saying if you need a quorum to meet, there has to be an emergency to meet for one
I'm
person or
asking
another
you
to meet by Zoom?
if you want to have the entire meeting by Zoom. And I'm not saying we'd ever do it in here. I'm
Oh,
just,
the entire meeting by Zoom. I'm not aware of it. I
Okay.
don't know. Yeah.
We had a meeting and the person was on the call on Zoom, but they couldn't vote. Right, that's what I'm saying. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means, but I remember.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what my question is. If the person's on Zoom, is that?
Yeah.
Maybe did that. I don't know if that's from COVID or what it was, which may be extenuating circumstances, but I remember the person, whoever it was, that was on Zoom could talk. That's what I want.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a question for you about the, and it was, I can't remember if the planning commission or if it was for the Board of Appeals, but there was something that if it was appealed to the state, that previous decisions would be part of what's taken into account in that case. Is
Sure.
that true for the Board of Appeals, that there's precedent set by decisions that the board makes? Because our past chair would always tell us it was not, that precedence was not part of our quasi judicial role, that there was no carrying forward. Each decision stood on its own.
Yeah. Yeah. It depends on how they appeal it. I mean, it suggests, the statute certainly suggests, and I've never really seen it where they go outside the record, because the Board of Appeals is just, it's applying the facts of the facts of the particular case and the ordinance provisions to that set of facts. So it's really reviewed just within that context. Now, if they were to allege in an appeal, say a different procedure was followed that violated some kind of due process claim, like I don't know, you gave more time, you gave an inordinate amount of time to one person and didn't give it to another, or you completely change around the rules. Yeah, they could probably bring in decisions or other processes of the meeting just to show that that wasn't followed.
But it's really process oriented more than it is facts of the
Yeah,
case. Okay,
mhm.
that's helpful. Thanks. Have we, and the other question I had is, have we ever had a Board of Appeals case appealed
Yeah. Mhm.
since you've been on the board?
Yeah, we've had several.
What does that look like? Does the Board of Appeals get involved in that, or that is a completely separate decision outside of the Board of Appeals members?
Well, it now I don't know really how it's going to look with this petition for review. It certainly makes the process easier, and it typically they review the court will just review, and it's a bench trial typically. It's not with a jury, and the judge will just review the record. So they have the record. They have what everyone says. So I mean, typically you wouldn't get involved. Yeah. Personally. Yeah.
So when they're bringing the lawsuits, Sandy Springs State
It is. It'd be and that's actually another change that was through case law. The case law previously had said you have to sue each member individually of a board. They changed that, and they actually did a constitutional amendment that speaks to that. Now, whenever you sue a city or a county, you have to name the county, like or the city. So yeah, it'd be the city or the county. And that was a very recent case too.
Thank you so much. Okay, so now we're going to talk a little bit more about what comes after the decision with our code enforcement manager in terms of enforcing code and those conditions that usually happens when you make a decision and attach it to the decision. Yvonne Shaw.
Good afternoon. So today, as Michelle stated, I'm going to talk about the Code Enforcement Division's involvement in the process that occurs after the decision has been made. So typically, even outside of the work that the board does, we get complaints about projects or developments that either aren't permitted or they're working outside of the scope of what's permitted, or they don't need a permit, but it doesn't meet the requirements. So we're receiving those complaints, and then we assign an officer to investigate. And when we find a property in violation, we issue a notice of violation and usually a stop work order if the development is still ongoing. And so we're telling the applicant to go, the person in violation to go get a permit, or to, on an administrative level, get permission from the director to determine if she can give them an administrative variance. Next slide, please. So an officer is using their discretion to determine how long that person would need to begin the appeals process. So we're trying to get them to talk to someone within the community development department right away. So we usually give them 5 days to contact someone on the planning and permitting teams. And so after the application has been submitted, code enforcement closely communicates with the teams in community development to see where they are in the process. As stated before, we're working very closely with all community development department divisions to determine next steps. So after your decision is rendered, next slide, please. We are mainly involved when the appeal is denied, And the planning team will inform us, depending on the scope of work needed to modify the property. We're going to give them some time to do that. So we're considering the cost, the time, the labor, the weather, the site conditions, all those things are determined or are considered when we're trying to determine how much time the applicant will get to comply. You can go back. So if that applicant does not comply within the predetermined amount of time, we're issuing a citation, and then that applicant will be required to appear in municipal court. And of course, that applicant has 30 days to appeal a decision to the Superior Court, like William stated earlier. I'm sorry, I think I skipped ahead. Yep, that's fine. So the citation and court adjudication process. So of course, like I said, compliance is not met. They've run out of extensions. They appear in court, and then of course they're given the due process of law, like William talked about earlier, and they're allowed to enter a plea, guilty, not guilty, no contest. If they're pleading not guilty, they're likely going to have a trial before our municipal judge. If they're found guilty, the judge issues an order. By code, they're supposed to comply within 30 days to restore the property back to the approved condition. A lot of times that does not happen. And of course, the judge will usually issue a fine, community service, or restitution as a penalty. And then of course, a stay of enforcement can occur when there is an appeal to the Superior Court. So sometimes code enforcement, we've dealt with cases that have taken months, weeks, years to go into compliance. And sometimes like we're just continuously issuing citations and kind of talking to all of our planning community development staff, our legal team, trying to get the property into compliance. But we are dedicated to doing that. So however long it takes to do that, that's what we try to do. So these are some examples of some of the complaints that we get about the structures that are built, whether they exceed the height requirements, they're in setbacks and things like that. Are there any questions? Thank you.
Hey, Yvonne, I'm sorry, I do have a question. And maybe Sherry can, since William's gone, maybe you can get a legality of it.
Mm-hmm.
But as people who took an oath to represent the city, to live up to the code, if we see violations, technically, are we required to report them?
I don't think anybody's required to report a violation. I don't think you're like a mandated, like a police officer or first responder or somebody like that, but I'm not an attorney, so I don't want to answer that.
No, but I remember.
But I think you should, as a citizen.
All right. Yeah. Okay, good. I remember one time talking to the mayor, and it was right by his house, and his creek had turned white. And he was like, and the guy up the street was pouring paint, and it was going straight to the stream. And when he went and saw the guy, talked to him, and said he was going to report him, he said, because I'm required to report it.
He was saying as a private citizen or as a?
I don't know what.
Okay, because I think there's a difference.
Let's see, I see in my neighborhood, someone out of compliance with code, and then they apply for a variance. And there we are sitting to make an in-person about that. And I've also reported. So then I would be recusing myself because I'm not. I mean, I know legally you're not required to do it. Now you may, but then you shouldn't hold me.
Now, in that case, though, if you can report it, that you were aware of the incident, wouldn't have to recuse yourself for that.
Not at all, not at all. But, for example, think about the days that people, and I don't do this, you will have some people, I don't know if anyone on the board does, but I remember I would hear some people on the board say, well, they drove by and looked at it, or it was in their neighborhood, or whatever, they drove by and looked at it. I particularly don't go by, because I want to hear it, just say no, go in.
We've had that discussion on one planning commission.
No, you drive by. It's sometimes really hard to understand the case just two-dimensionally on paper.
I think it's everybody's,
Yeah, I've done it.
but I know I don't go by.
Did you have it?
Yeah, I don't knock on the door or anything like that, but.
You have to ask questions?
Flash your badge,
Yeah.
your name badge. I am a member of the Board of Appeals.
Got all the questions? Okay, great. Right? So that was Yvonne. Thank you so much. And then we have Jesus now who will talk about what comes after the decision in terms of permitting. Jesus.
All right, apologies for everyone, but first, before I get started, Chris Burnett just asked me to, if you all need to get up, get something to drink, kind of take a quick break, please feel free to while we have this discussion. I'm not a very loud talker, but there's a microphone. It helps me. Real quick, we'll get the presentation up in a second. So I'm Jesus Davila. I'm the land development manager, also do help out with permitting and some other things. And that's what we're going to be discussing. So real quick, as you see here, when we get that up, the biggest question is, after your decisions, be it BOA or P&Z or Planning Commission, what happens next? What do you do? What does the applicant do? What does the homeowner do? The commercial property owner do? So, ta-da! Well, simply put, they have to get a permit, right? More often than not, BOA is looking at an addition to a home or some kind of fluctuation, variance, or waiver of the code. Planning Commission is looking at the next forethought for land use. What development pattern is going to exist at this location? So simply put, I'll give you the quick rundown, okay? So staff is going to review the application. Yes, you have to apply, be it a variance, a plat to subdivide the property, or some other functions within the development code. Come in, affidavits, application, your pretty standard bureaucratic requirements, right? Because this is part of the mechanisms that we have in the city. And we have the ability to apply for it online, all right, which makes it easier. The days of having to come in, meet with staff and getting all that paperwork pushed across the table are easier solved. Go online, sign up, you're good to go. Next slide, please. So with that, our minimum requirements, as you all see on the screen, it's just that. What are you proposing today? What's your deviation or what's your request for the future proposal? And then show us the site plan, how all this is going to work. How is the grading going to be? How's the topography going to change from now till later? Drainage. Where's water going to run on your property? Is it running downhill, running back uphill? Where are we going to put all this stuff? And then the standard architectural landscape tree plants, right? That's just what we require. So biggest question that we get, how long is this going to take? And why is it so hard to make and develop in Sandy Springs? It takes forever. It takes me 3 years to build a house. I'm taking into account that your contractor has some, play in that as well. But as you see, for single family projects, additions, single family homes, it's a 5 business day turnaround for reviews. There's some administrative days built in around those, but again, pretty straightforward. Minor land disturbances, anything that kind of disturbs less than 2,500 square feet, would then have that 5-day turnaround. Any larger projects take a little more consideration because now we're talking, again, more expansive projects. Next slide, please. Okay. The software itself is now created to automate our process. So once everything is reviewed and considered compliant, code compliant, ARC compliant, whatever the compliance is, we're able to issue the permit. Hit the animation, Sam. Okay. So this is our permit cover letter, gives the applicants exactly what's happening. Next on screen, you're going to see the actual permit card, which is what authorizes them to begin the inspection and construction process. And then last but not least is noise ordinance. Show of hands, how many of you all have gotten phone calls or at least been understood that, hey, somebody's working at like midnight down the street and they're building and I can hear all that noise? I saw Laquita raise her hand. So, yes, ma'am.
I was just gonna ask, is there something on our website that says what the process is? So if somebody's done step 1.
Yep.
Can you go online and see that they've done step 1?
Yes. Yeah, once they go in on their specific portal account. So you would apply, you have a portal account, you can actually follow it along. It'll be a green box, it'll be red if it's stopped, and it'll be gray if it's inactive, you know, so.
I'm just a resident that's
Yeah.
next door to an event. I can go online too.
You can go online, you don't have to create an account. It'll give you some very prelim information. Like, let's say it's, again, 1 Galambos Way, and there's a permit applied for, this is where they are in the process. There is some information that is redacted and not publicly available, but a lot of the other information is. So yes, ma'am. Last but not least, we get into inspections, okay? I gotta build it. So we do have a series of steps within the workflow itself, within the permit process, which guides you from your initial pre-construction meeting through the construction phasing, going vertical with a structure to what is the certificate of occupancy. And I know you guys can't see all of this in detail, but that's how we work through the flow. It's systematic. You get your pre-construction, you do your land or horizontal development first, then you put in your foundation, then you start going vertical, then you do your finishes, and then everything's okay. We can now occupy safely the space and you get your CO. So that's it. I told you my presentation was quick and I apologize for being a little bit late. But Sheila Quick is our permit coordinator. She's actually our permit division manager and customer service manager. Jonathan is our building official, and then myself. So our information is on screen. And any questions you guys have, obviously, I'm here to answer today, but in our website, they're in the city's website under building and construction. We do have links to the software. We do have links on application processes, what to expect, and our contact information is there. Questions?
If you had to identify the most common complaint about the process, what would it be? I know there's a lot, probably. Maybe file through them in your head and say, Jason, I think it's maybe this one.
Well, Jason, what I will tell you, sir, is the biggest complaint that we get has really nothing to do with our process. It's Johns Creek, Atlanta, DeKalb. They do it completely different. I don't have to do any of the, what you're asking me to do, which is not true. Okay. Every municipality has a permit process. You don't walk in with a napkin and build a house. You know, those days were never even here. I mean, I've worked in the metro area since 2006. I've been in this profession for 27 years. And never in my days have I seen somebody push a napkin across the table and say, build my house. No. So that's the biggest challenge, is just coordinating with the homeowners, with the contractors, and getting them to understand our process, getting them to understand that communication is key. Whatever your project is, whatever that hurdle you're trying to overcome, talk to staff. Let us know what it is, whether it's a software glitch, easily solved, whether it's your contractor is not looking at the drawings and building something different. Well, we might have an avenue with BOA for a variance, or the answer is no. You know, but communication is key. That's the biggest challenge. So, other questions? I know you have more questions. I know you do. I could see it. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, like I said, anything that you guys come up with, obviously, my contact information is here. I'm on the website. Ginger is our director. She's able to disseminate and get any number of our team to answer the specific request. So, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know some of you have seen Jesus at our meetings. He's our expert when it comes to the flood and variances. So thank you so much for coming out and giving the expert answers to that. We're moving right along with economic development. Chris Burnett, is this the one? No. Oh, we're getting it pulled up, but you can go ahead. Thanks so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to speak a little louder so you guys can hear me. Plus, you got to stay awake. I mean, it's Friday afternoon. You've had a heavy meal, and I'm sure you're all wanting to get out of here and get home for the weekend. So we're only going to go for a few hours with my presentation. We'll try to get you out of here before the bad weather sets in tomorrow night. Feel free to stand up, move around if you would like to. There's no saying that the mind can absorb only what the fanny can endure. And having sat through many of these meetings, I know that usually at this time of the day is when people start to drift off. So again, feel free to get up, move around if you need to. All right, let's cue up that economic development presentation. So first of all, while they're doing that, I joined the city, I retired from banking last year in July and joined the city August 15th in my current role as Director of Economic Development. And I've got to tell you, I'm having a ball. It's the most fun I've had in a long time. It's been a re-energizing position for me. And I love this city and just love the potential that we have. And I think the things that we work on are really a lot of the fun things that get done in city government. And so it's a real honor to be in this role and just I'm thoroughly enjoying it. So let's talk about what's on the horizon for economic development. It has been sluggish, no doubt about it. You all are very aware of rising construction costs and high interest rates. And, the mayor mentioned, the concerns with tariffs and just, some fluidity in the economic markets right now. And so we've been dealing with this for a while. I mean, really, it began with COVID in 2020 and all of the uncertainties around what COVID would ultimately do to our office market. And, we went for a number of years with principally work from home. Most of the employers in the perimeter are not back full-time yet. On average, they're in 3 days a week. A few are in 4 days a week. Almost no one is in 5 days a week. And so as a result, we continue to have elevated levels of office vacancy that and we as a city are trying to help those office building owners and leasing agents to create an experience, particularly in the perimeter market, that will attract new companies. The mayor mentioned Asbury Automotive. That was a nice win for us. Last year, we kept Newell Rubbermaid, and they moved into the King and Queen building. They'll be moving in this summer. On the heels of that, Asbury will come in and begin renovating the office building that they've bought from the old Newell building. They'll then be moving in this fall. And we are having dialogue right now about another global company or with another global company, potentially about a regional relocation. So we're working hard on the business promotion, retention, and recruitment side, as well as the development side. These are really the two key things that we do. The real estate piece is obviously a big component of that, and that revolves around our ability to bring new companies in, retain the companies we've got, and promote our businesses and see a growth in companies based in Sandy Springs. We currently have about 6,000 companies that hold business licenses in the city. We have soon to be 8 Fortune 500s. When Asbury arrives this summer, they'll be number 8. We have close to 20 companies that do $1 billion or more a year in annualized revenue. So we are a robust office market. It's really our golden goose in terms of our economy, and it does drive so much of our tax revenue. So protecting and growing that office market and those corporate users is critical to the financial success of Sandy Springs. Next slide. So for 2025, we broke this really into two parts. We call it 5 and 25. First of all, on our real estate goals, we're currently working on citywide design guidelines. Michelle, have you all talked about that already today? Good, so I won't dwell on that. Did you also talk about the perimeter small area plan? Okay, so as a component of helping to revitalize the perimeter market, we're doing a small area plan study, working with a consulting firm called Roadside and Harwell, meeting with building owners and especially our major corporate tenants in the perimeter office market to talk about what they would like to see the city contribute in terms of parks, green space, bike trails, experiential, cool retail, housing options. What can we as a city affect through either financial contributions or through our own efforts with parks and recreation or the zoning process, rezoning where it's appropriate to convert something from an office use to a residential and retail use. So we're currently in the interview process right now. We've also identified a few tracts of land. There aren't many undeveloped tracts in the perimeter, but there are a few, and we're meeting with those landowners to talk about what their plans are and how we as a city can help promote development or redevelopment of the perimeter market, again, with the whole goal of building back up that office occupancy and bringing additional companies into our market. Furthering development initiatives within the City Springs district. The mayor touched a bit on City Springs 2.0. The goal had been to put a shovel in the ground this year. That's not likely to happen. But I think what we're doing right now is we're taking a bit of a pause. We worked very hard with Regent Partners. They did multiple iterations of different designs. We were just not able to get there this year. And I think we've taken a step back. We're going to pause. And then I imagine we'll re-engage on this initiative in 2026. But it's definitely a priority. And I would say it's one of the more important things that our department is working on. And better utilization of our development authority is a goal that I've got, using that body to do more in terms of on the tax abatement side or on financial incentives to do more encouragement of business relocation and new development or redevelopment. And finally, working with developers, our group works closely as a liaison between the development community, our planning staff, community development, in helping to make this as smooth and seamless as possible. Understanding that sometimes it can be a challenge. That's simply the nature of the development business. But our role is to make it, is to try to remove those barriers or those obstacles as much as we can, so that clearly there's a message in the community that Sandy Springs is in business to do business. And we want to get that message out there to the development community. On the additional goals, additional 5 at 25 goals, we talked about enhancing and accelerating our business outreach. We're forming business education and mentoring programs, both through the Small Business Council, which is part of the Chamber of Commerce, and through our own contacts, looking at bringing in business owners and pairing them with successful entrepreneurs for mentoring. We're offering some classes. For example, we partnered with the University of Georgia in February to offer a class on how to access debt and capital in a challenging market. And we'll be doing more programs like that through the year. Seeking more engagement with city leadership, with mayor and council, especially with our large employers, to get more visibility for them in front of the decision makers that are with our big companies. It's very important that we make those big companies feel welcomed and supported here in the city. And the more face time we can get with our leadership, I think the better we are equipped to do that. We're looking at our incentive programs. We're talking with other cities and evaluating what we do right now. And are there some things that we can enhance, improve upon to make Sandy Springs more attractive when looking at attracting new companies to the marketplace? And we set, if you're familiar with a book called Good to Great, there's the concept is called a BHAG, Big, Hairy, Audacious Goal. And we've already landed, again, we landed Asbury, number 281 on the Fortune 500 list, but we've set our sights to bring another one in this year. It may not be this year, but we're constantly out there trying to find that next big win for Sandy Springs that would bring 1,000 or 2,000 or 3,000 employees to our marketplace, high-paying jobs, a number of new residents, people that are going to put roots down and be in our community for the long term. I think one of the most important things that a government can do for its community is to be a catalyst and stimulant for economic development. Because normally a strong economy will pretty much lead to an amazing community. The rising tides theory. The higher the tide rises, the more our community rises, and it starts, in my opinion, with economic development and a strong economy. So let's talk about, next slide, please. Let's talk about, we're doing a 5-year look back. In 2020, we did a strategic plan related to economic development. So looking ahead 5 years, what did we identify 5 years ago? What have we done thus far? Next slide. Can I advance these myself? Do you have a clicker? No? Okay. All right. These are the districts that were evaluated in 2020. You'll see City Springs, Northridge, North Springs, MARTA, Medical District, Perimeter, Powers Ferry, and Roswell Road. Let's look at each of those districts. For example, starting with City Springs, the properties that were identified as redevelopment opportunities include the Center Court Shopping Center, where Dogtopia is, the Balconies, which is right here just to our east, infill development around City Walk, the Hammond and Parkside shopping centers, which are owned by Jamestown, and some parcels of land on Cliftwood just south of the Jamestown properties. So those were identified 5 years ago as potential infill projects in downtown. So let's fast forward to where we are today. There are 3 of these that actually have some movement right now. Cliftwood, Sandy Spring Circle, which was not identified in that 2020 study, but is underway now. And then Parkside, which is one of the Jamestown shopping centers. And when you look at what we're about to show you, you're going to see about 5 townhome units, 190 roughly multifamily units, 77 condominium, 63,000 square feet in new office space, which can be a heavy lift in this market, and 47,000 square feet of retail. Thank you, Anton. All right, let's look first at Cliftwood. This one's right across the street. I'm sure you've passed it many times. I'm sorry. Let's go back. I think we jumped. Well, maybe that's it. Yeah. Okay. Cliftwood is not underway yet. That is going to be on the south end of the Jamestown Shopping Center. It's in a land assemblage. It's actually being done by the same builder that's doing VIO across the street. This has been through entitlements already. It was re-entitled to 6 stories. It'll be 6 units per floor for a total of 36 high-end condominium units, all for sale product. They'll start at $1 million and go up from there. Very nice units. We've been having ongoing dialogue, but they are not into permitting yet. We believe they'll probably be in permitting this year, before the end of the year. But part of, I think, their initiative is to see how successful they are across the street first, before they start on this new project. Speaking of across the street, this is the one you see going up now. This is 18. Boy, Madison, our fonts didn't do well, did they? So, okay. Oh, no worries. Well, it's 18 luxury condos. We understand that 8 to 9 are already under pre-sale contracts. These units, the smaller units, are selling in the $800,000 and $900,000 range, and the third floor larger units are about $1.2 million. So we've not had this kind of product built in Sandy Springs. Historically, we've not been a luxury condominium market, and they are seemingly are effectively testing the waters right now with this product. If this does well, then I think they will transition from this into the Gregory. Andrea? Yeah.
It was forever. You never knew what it was until you didn't know what it was.
Yeah. Yeah. So they're going down before they can go up. And also everything is so sluggish because of where the capital markets are right now. Things are just taking so much longer to find debt and equity. So oftentimes that's as big a part of the delay as the construction itself. This is a great new project that we're working on. Okay. Speaking of Parkside and Jamestown, these are some conceptual drawings that you all may remember from 2021. This came through entitlement in December of 21 when council approved taking this from a 3-story height to a 6-story height limit with a combination of for sale product, for lease multifamily, retail, and an office building. And still trying to get that one moving forward. The office building, candidly, is a bit problematic right now. because it's hard to go to your lender with a 100% spec office building and get financing for it. So they're in the pre-leasing stage right now. And with new construction costs where they are, you need leases in a new office building at $45 to $50 a square foot in rents to make your numbers work. And Sandy Springs is a $22 to $25 market. So you're talking about trying to bring a building to market at twice what the current rental rates will support. That's a heavy lift. And as a result, that's why you've seen, that's one of the reasons there have been delays in getting this project off the ground. The Roswell Road corridor, we've got some smaller wins recently. Fifth Third Bank has purchased a piece at Chaseland and Roswell Road and will be building a new branch there. We've been talking with a developer about the old La Paz site and redeveloping that into for sale residential. Some condominiums on that site. Peach State Academy, which is a very boutique early learning center based over in Athens and Watkinsville, is looking at a location at the Steak and Shake site. And finally, across the street in the old Lidl site, US Foods, their chef store is open recently. If you've not been over there, you've got to go. It's really cool. They've got anything you'd ever want to cook with. And it's like a restaurant store that's open to the public. So that was a big win to get them in here to fill that Lidl space. And so they are now open if you've not had a chance to go over. Okay. Now it's locked up on me. Still locked up?
You got to point at the computer.
All righty. Northridge District, not a lot going on the north end, candidly. There is the one project. 9300 Roberts Drive is still in the concept phase. That will be for sale condominium as well. Matthew, are they in for permits yet on 9300 Roberts? I think they've got LDPs, maybe? LDP's done? Okay. But again, this will be a for sale condominium project. And then the other one is you all, I apologize. This worked seamlessly with mayor and council a few weeks ago. It was so riveting. They were up and applauding. It was just awesome. Well, I'm going to keep on talking for the sake of time. So really the only major project we've got going in the north end that's underway right now is the old Big Lots Center. Fairfield's doing that. And obviously it's pretty well along. You drive by there and, you know, they're dried in and doing their interior work right now. They'll start bringing those units to market this year. Other markets that have got some interesting projects ongoing. Oh, by the way, Big Lots is called Wayfirm. Yeah.
I got a question about that. I remember years ago, because of the contamination of that site, I thought the intent was to only build stores that weren't inhabited 24 hours a day. I seem to remember that. But then at some point they pivoted to an apartment concept where people are living there. Did they spend the money to clean up that site to get it to a point where they could actually build apartments? Is that what happened?
Yeah, and so ultimately they got that into the brownfield program with the state, but they're still pert there. I mean, it takes a long time. You pump amoebas into the soil and you eat the pert up, and so it takes a long time to reclaim that soil. And while putting for sale residential is difficult on a site like that, they're putting for lease can be done there as long as you get it into brownfield so that the liability tail ends. And that was a big reason it didn't sell for a long time, is because until the state was willing to take it into the brownfield program, whoever bought it would have assumed the liability for the PERT contamination, and no one was going to close on that side until that had been resolved. And then it's just a matter of, can you get it cleaned up to the level that your lender will put senior debt on it, which they were able to do. And it's interesting that the requirements for living on a contaminated site differ if it's rental versus if it's for sale? If it's for sale, a lot of mortgage lenders won't touch it. They don't want to put a mortgage on, on a property that could be dangerous. I mean, if you live there 30 years, but most apartment tenants don't live somewhere that long. The average lease terms in Sandy Springs are about 1.3 years. So there's a fairly rapid turnover rate. But yes, that took a while to work through that to finally get it into the state's hands. You ready? This is concept drawings on 9300 Roberts. Again, these will be for sale condominiums, sort of some unique looking buildings, and hoping to get those. I don't know if we'll get those out of the ground this year, but certainly probably by 26. This is Wayfern, the Big Lots development. MARTA has got the North Springs Station, and it's a great piece of land. And we're very hopeful that we can work with MARTA on utilization of that land, particularly into some housing and retail, and engaging the station so we can get more transportation and traffic through that station as part of a sort of a live, work, and ride type of community. I'm not even going to begin to try on that one. Other than to say we had multiple sites in the Pill Hill area identified, but it's hard to pull empty pieces of land away from Northside Hospital. I mean, with the growth in the medical community, they need their real estate assets, and they're usually not sellers. In fact, they're normally buyers. So when a piece of property comes available, if it's close to the hospitals, one of the hospitals is probably going to buy it. But there is one project that we expect to go vertical. It's being done by Mill Creek. This is on Lake Hearn, across from the Lake Hearn Pavilion Medical Building, and it will be multifamily with some retail as well. Matt, how are we on permitting there? Okay, this is not a 25 groundbreaking either at this point, probably, unless it were late in the year. You think you could get there late in the year? Yeah.
I know that they
yeah.
So I can't imagine unless
Okay. All right, these were pieces that were identified in the 2020 plan. Again, Cox has a beautiful piece of undeveloped land as part of its campus. We've got some sites at Abernathy and 400. We've got the possible development opportunity at the MARTA station. We've got infill development at Embassy Row and the 1117 building, which is across the street from the Costco Home Depot shopping center. And then, so let's look at where we are. There actually is some traction now. Embassy Row, we mentioned, that asset was recently acquired by a local development group. And they are ultimately going to, there's 5 buildings there now. Those will ultimately be knocked down. There'll be 2 remaining office buildings, and the 3 other sites, 2 will be multifamily sites, and the 3rd is most likely to be a for sale townhome and condo project. And we've got one of those close to permitting, right? The first one of those, the first one of the multifamilies, right? Probably going to go vertical on, or at least start land development this year is what we're guessing on that one. And that'll be part of the importance of adding some residential in the perimeter market to help serve the office tenants that are there. This is very walkable, for example, to North Park, which is 1.5 million square feet. It's home to Veritiv, Westrock. Deloitte's got a big office there. There are several other corporate users in that office building or that complex. And this will put some walkable residential just north of their buildings. And then there's another project that is, in my opinion, aspirational, but they've been talking with John and Matthew and the team. This is on the old Wells Fargo Bank building on Hammond Drive across from the entrance into the concourse. And it's a small site, so they're hoping to go 10 stories on this, 367 units, very high-end construction. which is what you get when you go to a 10-story concrete and steel building. So again, I think it's aspirational, in my opinion, in this capital market, unless they have incredibly deep pockets. Getting something like this started right now is a heavy, heavy lift, just based on where the markets still are. But it's good to see somebody with some unique plans to do some density on what right now is just a vacant bank site. I mentioned Embassy Row. This is kind of the way it lays out with a couple of the residential projects that are in the queue for this site. Another project that is underway, this is 100 assisted living units. It's called Solana on Peachtree Dunwoody. And this will be your typical or traditional assisted living facility. Nice facility, good operator. And we do need this type of product. Certainly, we've got an aging population, and I think this will be a nice quality asset for our older residents that are looking to move into assisted living. Where is it near? It is very close to the current Newell building, right there on Peachtree Dunwoody. And adjacent to this site is 18 luxury townhomes, brownstone units. These will be for sale units. This is some artist renderings, and we think this product is going to go well. There is a demand for sale townhome housing, high-end townhome housing, and I'm encouraged. Good to see this type of product. It's nice to come in with for sale. We have plenty of for rent. It's nice to add some for sale to the market as well. Powers Ferry, the Powers Ferry area. I know you all know the Voya site, 23-acre tract of land there, as well as River Edge Parkway. In fact, 2000 River Edge just went into foreclosure. It's a struggling office building, and I think we're going to see redevelopment in that area, but it's going to be slower to come. Powers Ferry is just a more challenging market. It's got some identity issues. Are they the Battery or are they Sandy Springs? So we've got to put some attention into the Powers Ferry market to help jumpstart them like we're doing currently in the perimeter area. So really nothing active underway in the Powers Ferry market at this time. Roswell Road South, we've got a few things going. We've got some townhomes. They're called the Mystic Townhomes. We've got a new Puppy Haven building under construction, as well as a eye clinic called Windsor Eye Care. So some smaller boutique residential and boutique retail coming down in that market. Again, our hieroglyphics here, if I could read those. It's about 1,874 multifamily units overall. Now, of that, the only one under development today is Wayfern, which is the Big Lots Center. So a lot of these are in the queue. They're aspirational. They're in the future. And we don't think these are all going to come to market in the next 12 months. These will be staged out over the next few years, more than likely. We mentioned the office space, just the one new office building, which is a component of the Jamestown development, and then the retail space, which is also a component of Jamestown. And some of the other developments will have some retail as well, but not in big numbers. All right, so I'm going to open it up for any questions. Happy to go into any more detail. Oh.
We've all been in this city a while. You've been in different places, but just what's in this book is showing what you do. I personally appreciate it.
Thank you, Andrea. We're in an interesting place right now. The mayor talked about we're a very popular city from a empty nester and retirement perspective, and we're one of the most popular cities for millennial relocation. And interestingly enough, oftentimes the goals and desires of those two population groups don't balance, just in total candor. And so we're trying to find that balance. There are certain nodes of the city where I think density is important. It's called for. It's necessary. It's a necessary part of who we are as a city. It's because we're not a suburb. We're an underdeveloped urban area in a lot of ways. But we have these amazing, beautiful, protected neighborhoods. It's a great asset we have. So it's a wonderful blend of both. And our goal is just to try to find that right balance, so that great restaurants come here and other really cool retail and walkability and biking. And because the reality is those millennials are the folks who are going to buy all of our homes someday, and they're going to get married and raise kids here and hopefully repopulate our school age population so we don't have to deal with school closures. But we're in a transitional stage right now between our aging empty nesters, folks like myself, and our younger people, folks like our kids who are looking to move here and really can't buy a home right now. It's almost unattainable, but they are moving into these nice apartments. Our vacancy rates around here especially are super low. We've got a couple of projects, one, the Adley, where my assistant Madison lives, that's 100% occupied. And so everything that's been built around City Springs is doing really well right now. So yeah, Reed.
It's also good to see that 4 or 5 of the places that you listed were cases that came through us 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago for rezoning or whatever it may have been. It's interesting to see that, hey, there's a light that something's going to happen.
Yeah. And obviously with the challenges in the capital markets and in the economy, everything is slowed down everywhere. Sandy Springs is not unique in that respect. But we saw some thawing, but we're seeing the ice harden again a bit right now just because of the bumpy road in the stock market, the uncertainty of tariffs, even some inflationary pressures again, and the potential that the Fed's not going to do additional rate increases in the near term. I mean, all of those things, the mayor said investors like certainty, and right now there's uncertainty. And I think as a result, what we thought would get done in 25 probably gets moved to 26. So what we talk a lot about is the shovels may not go in the ground this year, but the work to sharpen the blades is going on. And hopefully those shovels will get put in the ground starting next year. All right. Thank you all.
Yes, thank you so much, Chris. Thank you. Yes, sorry the presentation didn't show well, but you guys have the accurate ones in your book though. So they were able to see the numbers. We'll figure that out. Next we have Marta, the Director of Transit-Oriented Development, and Michael Rafsoon. And as you know, we just completed a transit-oriented development for North Springs MARTA Station, a study. So we'll have him talk a little bit about MARTA in general and about that study.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Rafsoon with MARTA's Transit-Oriented Development Program. I am one of the millennials that the mayor and Chris has been talking about. Lunch was great. I didn't see any avocado toast. If you didn't get that, you're not on TikTok. But no, I'm really happy to be here and here to share some information about how MARTA works and how MARTA's TOD program works. Here you can see a nice example of one of our TOD projects in DeKalb County. I just wanted to note that, in fact, one of MARTA's first TOD projects was in Sandy Springs over by Medical Center, one of the St. Joseph's office buildings that is actually on MARTA property. And we have a ground lease with that developer there right next to Medical Center. It actually shares a parking lot with our patrons. There we go. So what is transit-oriented development at MARTA? So the TOD program at MARTA is our mind of its own. So it's really our program to try to develop some of MARTA's unused and underutilized real estate assets. MARTA has about 300 acres of land, much of which dates back to the original formation of MARTA. There was an idea back in the 70s that MARTA would expand more than it has been. And so a lot of those properties that MARTA has are vacant. And in the absence of, let's say, heavy rail expansion, we've been trying to bring transit to people and people to transit through our TOD program. And so simply TOD is development that benefits transit, and transit that benefits development, and most of which are executed through our through ground leases. So just a few ideas of how MARTA shares a role in TOD. We can be a direct sponsor of TOD, and those are ground leases on our soil. We also can promote high density development that is near our stations and advocate for transit supportive land use policies in properties that are adjacent to our transit stations. Why do we do this? One, to some degree, these properties generate ridership. They generate a return on our investment through our ground leases. And we do try to work with our local jurisdictions to try to meet some of those public policy goals, whether that's through sustainable business practices or building practices, or through new parking, or through setting affordability guidelines on those properties. So if you want to develop on MARTA soil, you do have to abide by MARTA's TOD principles and guidelines that were set forth by MARTA's board of directors in 2010. Just a few things to highlight from our principles. One is we do particularly welcome dense and compact station areas where the station sort of acts as a centerpiece for the development. I'll show how that kind of integrates with the Sandy Springs' TOD plan at North Spring Station. We do try to encourage a mix of land uses. We really want to create vibrant communities where people can live, work, and play adjacent to transit. Great public realm. That is, we definitely want to encourage a lot of green space in our development when we do public engagement. That's the number one thing we hear, is that we want to see more parks, green spaces, trails, things of that sort. So that's one of the things that we encourage. And with parking, we are MARTA, but we do not want to eliminate parking. We know that folks are driving to a lot of our stations. When we talk about North Spring Station, that's an area where we do have a lot of folks who are driving from other areas to the station, you know, to go to the airport, go to work. So this is not to try to eliminate parking, but this is to try to encourage parking so that folks are driving to our stations and then using the development that's there. So a few of some of the hard policies that we have in our guidelines is, first, obviously, the development can't preclude access to the station. So when we're reviewing plans, that's something we always want to see. We want to keep the access to the stations open for multimodal, bikes, pedestrian, cars, whatever transit of the future is, keeping that access open. We do have some parking guidelines that are set forth in our policies. And there is an affordability component with our guidelines too. So our guidelines set forth a 20% affordability goal for folks making between 60 and 80% of the area median income. So if we have a development that is doing a ground lease on one of our properties, we do require through these policies that 20% of those units be set aside for folks making between 60 and 80%. But what does that look like? So this right here is what affordability looks like. And it looks really nice. So this is our development at Edgewood Candler Park. It's a pretty large development, so it's done in 3 phases of both market rate units and affordability units. If you add up those numbers there, you're at about 23% of those units are affordable. Granted, most of them are market rate units, but sort of the blending of the affordability and market rate gives a really, really nice outcome. Just a couple of the others that I want to highlight, just so y'all can see them. This is down the street from our Avondale station. This is one of our partnerships we had with Columbia Ventures to do a TOD there. It's a 7-acre site, and I think just personally, it's really impressive how the developer was able to combine some of the MARTA infrastructure with retail and with housing. So at the bottom of it, that is actually a bus transfer facility that is inside that parking deck. And so from here, let's say you're a Georgia State student, you can live here, you can hop on the train and get right to your classes. And it is a really nice, if you haven't been down there, I would definitely check it out. Few good breweries down there, so you can take MARTA, check it out, and then walk from there. Chamblee Station, just wanted to highlight sort of a different sort of project that we did. This is all office and commercial space right across the street from Chamblee Station. Really nice development on 2 acres of land. And the last one I wanted to highlight is Brookhaven City Hall. If you drove by on Peachtree, you can see the Brookhaven is building their city hall on our parking lot. This is unique in which MARTA can actually work directly with local governments for some of these ground leases. Other projects will have to go through a competitive RFP process, whereas if a local government wants to partner with us, we can make these things happen in a much faster expedited timeline. So just as something to keep in mind. So as Michelle mentioned, and as Chris mentioned, Sandy Springs conducted a master plan that included the MARTA site at North Spring Station adjacent to Georgia 400. And so I'll let Sandy Springs sort of comment on the very particulars of the TOD master plan, but just a few things to keep in mind as you're considering moving this forward is, number one, the ball is in the court of Sandy Springs. And I say that to say that all of our projects, particularly this one, do not move forward without the approval and the input of the local jurisdiction. And even greater than that, without community engagement. So all of our TODs that we do require some level of community engagement to understand what the feeling of both the elected leadership is and for the community. So I'm going to show you all some pictures that are from the master plan, but do know that we want this to be an iterative partnership and really work together with y'all to try to develop something that y'all can really be proud of. So a few things just about the station, why this could be a really good opportunity. Is you have for one thing, you have a lot of young people in adjacent to the station. You have about 6,000 people total that live within a half a mile of the station. 37% of them are younger than 34. 22% of them have kids, which is a little higher than the city's average. You're looking at 2-person households within a half a mile of the station. And very surprisingly, my generation, some young families are even forgoing cars. So about 70% of families within a half a mile own one vehicle or less. So expanding transit, expanding development near our transit stations is something that we do want to make sure our local jurisdictions really keep in mind. A little bit about North Spring Station. So this is a higher than average ridership station. It's not the highest ridership station, but it is in the upper echelons. We consider this a collector station because a lot of the folks that are using the station aren't just coming from the surrounding area. They're driving to get to the station since it's an end of line station on the red line. And so having an area where folks can drive to, utilize the development, utilize transit is really important. And Sandy Springs' master plan really does that well. Just a few specifics. So we own about 27 acres of land. About half of that is the MARTA station. There's 2 very large parking decks at that station, one of which is leased by AT&T. I'll tell you this in all candor, pre-pandemic, those parking decks were about at 90% capacity on any given day. Now it's a little bit more than 50%. As many of y'all know, we've seen a drop in post-pandemic ridership. We hope that gets better over time. But that is to say that these decks are being utilized and transit is being utilized from North Springs. If you go there around between 4 and 6, you'll see a line of cars that are entering and exiting the station. Now, I will mention also that just as an FYI, is that the zoning is in place for this sort of development. Now, with that being said, again, this is something that we do in partnership with Sandy Springs. So please keep in mind that y'all are sort of in the driver's seat, so to speak. So this is taken from Sandy Springs' master plan. I would say we have taken the time at MARTA to fully review the plan. And if I had 3 thumbs, I would give it 3 thumbs up, because I think y'all just did an excellent job of taking in the area's surrounding characteristics, taking into consideration folks that are going to be using transit, and really blending it really, really nicely. So just a few things to highlight that I think are unique about this is that you have a lot of the more higher density development at the north and south end of the area. Typically, that's a little unusual for one of MARTA's TODs. Usually, we encourage development closer to the station and then goes down as you get closer to the residential areas. But what you're not seeing on this map is the multifamily housing that is at both the north and south ends of the station. And so what Sandy Springs did is they said, okay, what can we do that really fits into the surrounding community? And so that's why you see that being a little bit different than some of our typical TOD master plans. The other thing that is, I think, unique about this is you have this sort of, I think you'll call them like the single family, but multifamily, bigger townhomes and retail along Peachtree Dunwoody Road. Maybe y'all took that from lessons learned from some of our other TODs. Whenever we see that our retail is recessed from the main road, it's hard to get a lot of foot traffic. And so Sandy Springs perhaps might have taken a cue from some of our other TODs, like at Lindbergh, that has had trouble trying to get some more pedestrians and just to say, hey, we're here, come check us out. One thing that is sort of unique too, that could present a challenge, is that there is some water and almost like a creek that runs through it. But one of the things Sandy Springs did is propose this sort of walking trail or bridge that connects from the development to the station. At MARTA, we always want to make sure that we are doing transit that is integrated with the new development. And so looking at how we can connect that development to the train station through this walkway was a really, really cool idea. So just a couple examples of what it can look like. So I pulled the top left from the area. That's multifamily housing, really, really nice. Here you have on the top right, that is not a MARTA TOD, as we don't have a ground lease with them, but it's right across from the bus rapid transit that's going in the Summerhill neighborhood. And we've worked with the developers over there to help them access capital. Bottom left is the retail that's adjacent to Lindbergh Station, which is one of our biggest TOD sites. And then bottom right is a Peachtree Creek Greenway. That obviously isn't what the pathway is going to look like, but hey, it's what it could look like. So, and then wanted to end on something we do, and what we're trying to expand at all of our stations is our our placemaking and Artbound program. So MARTA actually has a in-house public art program, Artbound, and we have been trying to incorporate Artbound in all of our TODs and at our stations. Top left is a sculpture we put up at Chamblee. That's over at Dunwoody Station on the right, that big mural. Bottom right is our mural at Art Center. Bottom left, there are a few things where we can blend art and infrastructure. What you can't see here is that pathway. On one side of the pathway is a MARTA station. The other side of the pathway is station soccer, some soccer fields that we built in our parking lot. And this right here provides a safe pathway. And then we had a local artist come and decorate it. So by further developing North Spring Station, it does open up some of the opportunities for more of some of these sort of tactical urbanism projects, as they say. So, we look forward to working with the city of Sandy Springs. I can't tell you that this is the priority, considering that this plan was finalized in February, but it is a priority and something we want to work closely with the city to see where we can work together and how we can sequence this and prioritize this. So I appreciate y'all having to listen to me. And if y'all have any questions, I'll stick around. Sure.
Yeah, thank you so much, Michael. Yeah, we always like for that to happen. You know, initially, this TOD hadn't been on MARTA's radar or on the list of priorities. And now that we made the initiation to do this project, and now they have eyes on it. So that's great. All right. So next we have our GIS department who's going to show us how they take some of these small area plans, including this modern North Springs, Crossroads, City Springs, and how they do some visualization. So this should be fun.
Hi, my name is Bridget Lawler. I am the GIS manager here at Sandy Springs, and clicker. Oh, clicker. There we go. And talk. Okay. All right. Hi. Hi, I'm Bridget Lawler. I'm the GIS manager. I've been here at Sandy Springs since 2019, but I've lived in Sandy Springs for over 20 years.
And my name's Tyler Lentz. I'm one of our GIS analysts. I've been with City of Sandy Springs for about 4 years, and prior to that, I worked at the City of Atlanta Department of Watershed Management.
And we are going to show you some of the areas where we have taken the development plans and created 3D visualizations. Okay, so this map shows the locations of the small area plans that the planning department has worked on recently or are pending. And GIS has taken 3 of these and created 3D visualizations to show how the developments would look within the current environment. So we're going to look at Crossroads, at City Springs, and at North Springs MARTA. And to start with, we often create these infographics of the community. And so what we see right here is Sandy Springs compared to the rest of Fulton County. And there's a lot of data on these, but the main thing to get out is that we can take any area, whether it's the city or in this case, the Crossroads area, and just kind of compare two geographies in terms of households, incomes, residential units, children, and compare them. These infographics are created pretty quickly, as long as we have the areas that we would know that we want to look at. And it's all part of our software product that we have with the company. It's called Esri. They're the ones who make our GIS software. May I need the website number? And this is another thing that we like to create for each of the study areas. So this one is focused on the Crossroads area, and it's a story map. And basically what we do is we look at the area. Yeah, you can just keep squeezing. Yeah, lovely. And so it gives an overview. We have demographics of the area, and then we incorporate zoning and the hydrology and the floodplains. And so it's a nice way to look at all the data that we have for the location on a map.
And so here we have one of our development plans that the consultant for the Crossroads provided for us. And so we can take that and overlay it onto our aerials, and we can digitize those building footprints using our software, and it'll overlay them into the surrounding area. And from that, we can pull it into one of our other programs, which is called City Engine. And then we can extrude the buildings into a 3D model. And for this case, the consultant wanted us to show the floor levels and setbacks. So City Engine allows us to visualize that. So in the light blue lines, you can see the floor lines and then the step backs behind that. And so after we get the buildings extruded, we can pull it in and overlay it onto our aerial. And here I created a building model for the surrounding area as well. And this is what the existing conditions looked like. And then we take our model we created in City Engine, and then we put it on top of that so we can see what the development could look like if it were to go with this proposal, for example. I've highlighted them here in yellow so they stand out a little better. And then we can add some trees to provide some more realism. And then from there, again, it will play. There we go. There we can kind of zoom around, pan around, and our online software also has the ability to simulate weather or shadows depending on the time of day or year. So up there you can have the calendar. So it can simulate the overshadowing in case residents or other people are concerned, hey, this new development might block my view, or I won't have as much sunlight. And then if the developers provide us with their own BIM models or renderings they do in their software, we can also import those as well. If they don't do that, we can also add our own facades. In this case, they provided us with a model for the 10-story apartment building. So we took that and imported it. And here we have what it would look like if they go with that development model. And so this is a easy way to show the public, you know, this is what could be the case for your future development. And it's a lot easier to visualize it this way, as opposed to trying to see a flat drawing. At least for me, I'm more of a visual person. So.
All right, and then likewise, we did another 3D visualization, this time for the area just south here of City Hall, so just on the other side of Mount Vernon over there. And so again, kind of similar to what Tyler spoke about, we take our aerial imagery and then we put the development over top of it here on the map. And then we take that development and in GIS, we draw it out, we add 3D levels and extrude the buildings. And so what we end up here is the gray area is the parking, the blue is office, yellow is multifamily residential, the red area is retail, and then there's the pinkish area, which was the proposed hotel. And this looks good, but it's kind of still looks like Legos a bit. And so we want to add some functionality to it. We also like to, with the software, it will return back based on the data that we provide, it'll return back metrics such as the number of jobs that created, the number of households that are added, number of parking spots that are needed. And these numbers generally line up with what the consultant has provided to community development on the development plans as well. And so we take these and then we like to, again, incorporate it into the existing area. So we see in the far upper right corner, that's the current multifamily housing, which is over there. So you can see that if you turn around and look at the windows, we've got the red, we've got the beige, we've got the kind of off-white. That matches with what you see up here because we just take the aerial image and we drape it on top of the 3D buildings. And then the areas that are new development, we just create a facade. So we add some windows, add some texture to the buildings. We also add in some trees to give it some greenery. And if we can also zoom in pretty tight and add some street side furniture like street lights and park benches. We've got some hydrants, some cars, trees. We can put in all sorts of different trees, scale them up, scale them down. So anything just to make it look a little bit more realistic. So when these are presented to the public, it's not as scary as just thinking, oh my gosh, we're going to have this big, huge structure that we're not used to. We can show that, yeah, it can look pretty as well. Also in the future, what we're looking forward to doing, the software has an engagement platform. And so you can incorporate both the public and staff feedback on the developments. And so it's basically a discussion board where people can leave comments. They can be made public, or we can hide those comments from the public because sometimes a little too much. Yeah, exactly. Well done. And so anyways, we're looking forward to doing that, having the opportunity to do that in the future at some point as well.
And so the final area we're going to look at is the one we've done most recently, which is the North Springs MARTA site. And so this was the plans that were provided, and the developer provided the 3D model for this for us as well. But this one we added on the facades to see what the finished mixed use and multifamily residential could look like in the surrounding area. So in the north kind of middle area or north right area, you have the link at the North Springs apartments. And then to the left of that is the Lake Ridge 400 office buildings. And south of the MARTA site is the flats at North Springs. So might not.
There it is.
There it goes. Okay. So again, like with what we did earlier, we can pan around, zoom in, kind of see what it might look like closer to the real development. We can change any of that up if we need to. So say the buildings needed to be a different color, have different number of windows, we could change any of that if we wanted to as well, should the development plans change or based on feedback. Did I go too far?
Okay, so that's it. We know we're running late, so trying to make this as quick as possible. So just to recap, we love these sorts of projects where we take the development plans that consultants provide. We can make them into 3D visualizations, show a 360 view of the area around them, drape our imagery over top of them, and also show the shadowing and the view shed changes. So thank you for your time. That's it.
Okay. You're sweet. No, we agree. Thank you so much. Yeah, so, so this is, some of the things that we're able to do from the planning process and have, get stuff like this, pass it on to economic development. He does his magic, we'll see. So with that, we are a little bit over our schedule. Oh, Ginger says I can do the, okay, so. Oh, the crowd wants to hear from you, Ginger. And so we'll have Sherry call the agenda after you have your final.
Thank you all for coming. I think we had a great group of people who came to speak to you all today, and just be thankful I didn't have to speak. Thank you, and I think Sherry is going to adjourn the meeting for us.
Or Sherry's going to talk about what has happened today. No, I'm not. Let's just thank staff for the great job that they've done. This has been a great retreat. This, I believe, is my 7th or 8th one. And each time it's something new, it's something that they keep it moving. It's not a boring retreat. And also, we're always learning something new. I really appreciate the regional partners you all brought in. And we really get to see how what we do matters to the city and how important it is. So, although we are not formally in a meeting, can I get a motion to adjourn? All those in favor say aye. We are adjourned.